Screens on, please, colleagues.
We have everybody in attendance, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks very much. Welcome to the 18th meeting of the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee, a virtual meeting held during the COVID-19 emergency. We invite the public to check the city website for current details of COVID-19 service impacts. Meetings can be viewed via live streaming on YouTube and the city website. The City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for council, standing, or advisory committee meetings and information upon request. To make a request for any city service, please contact accessibility@london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. And to make a request specific to this meeting, please contact sppc@london.ca. Colleagues, I'll look for any disclosures of pecuniary interest. That's a very good start. Thank you very much. I see none.
Your Worship.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Turner, there you are.
Thank you, Your Worship. With respect to number 4.10, London Public Library Board of Directors vacancy, I'll declare pecuniary interest as my wife is an employee at the London Public Library.
So noted. And thanks, Councillor Turner. I can always count on you to get us started there. Thank you so much. Any other declarations? Thanks very much. Then, colleagues, we have 3 items on the consent agenda. I'll look to see if anyone wishes any of these items to be dealt with separately. Councillor Turner, please.
Your Worship, if I could have item 2.1, strategy to reduce core area vacancy pool, please.
Sure. Any others that colleagues wish to have done separately? I see none, so I do see Councillor Hopkins, so please.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, for being last minute here, but I do have questions around 2.2. It doesn't need to be really pulled, but I do have a number of questions.
Well, insofar as there may be, as a result of that, some changes to the recommendation, why don't we deal with them all separately? Let's look then, please, to 2.1, the strategy to reduce core area vacancy. Colleagues, page 3 of your notes. I can call on Mr. Kotzfis, but first let me ask if there are any comments or questions. Councillor Turner, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. Through you, I have 2 questions and comments, I guess, on this and concerns. One is with respect to the direction to ask LADC to develop strategies. I recognize it's asking the business case to come back to us for the $300,000. I'm trying to figure out what's materially different in terms of the deliverables compared to the work that Downtown London did with Live, Work, Play, that consultant's report, and a plethora of other reports that have been done in the past. The second question is around the strategies all seem to be focused on incentives. And I think it's time we really start talking about some disincentives as well, especially around land speculation within the core, because that seems to be the largest impediments. And instead of continuously extending carrots such as the development charge grant, I'd like to hear about some strategies or incorporation in this plan that might take a look at those who are long-term holding of lands and making very little movement to occupy those buildings.
Well, why don't we ask those questions of Mr. Kotzfis, or you can direct us accordingly, sir.
Through the chair, actually, that would be part of this review. We would be looking at both incentives and disincentives. Primarily, obviously, incentives are a great way to positively incite folks to change their models and look at filling vacant buildings. But disincentives also do work. We've had, for instance, vacant taxes, policies, things like that could be applied. We need to look at the different types of vacancy. So it's not just about residential, it's office, it's vacant land, such as parking lots, vacant units within buildings, as well as the buildings entirely themselves. So there's different policies that we could look at with respect to both incentives and disincentives. With respect to the actual proposal with LEDC, that is looking, although I appreciate there's other reports that have been out there like Live Work Play, there's also, we could look at that as kind of a reference document, but it wouldn't be the guiding document. We'd be looking at other ways to quickly in the short term try to quickly try to address some of the vacant buildings right now in terms of what we can do in a short-term fix. It wouldn't be a long-term. It could play into a long-term strategy, but it's primarily looking at a short-term, quick win to get some of these buildings filled. And we would report on that, as the councillor mentioned earlier, before we would do anything in terms of how much it would cost, what it would look like, and provide far more details than what I'm providing you at this moment. Michael Tomazinski also was quite heavily involved in this report, so I'd like to introduce him. And if he has anything further to offer, I'd defer to Michael as well.
Mr. Tomazinski, do you wish to add to Mr. Kostif's comment?
Thank you. That was a very comprehensive response. The only thing that I would add is that the request by LEDC is intended to complement some of the short-term collaborations with the LEDC or the Main Street London and Old East Village, and it's the details again will emerge as we hopefully are able to prepare a business plan together with the LEDC for council to approve.
Thank you, Councillor Turner.
Thanks, appreciate those. So whatever we come back with, I think would be really important, especially in the business plan, that shows how it's going to weave in the work that's previously been done. When it says collaboration through LEDC, Small Business Centre, Main Street London, and OEV, is Main Street London in reference to the Main Street London facade program, or to Downtown London, the agency? And if not Downtown London, should they be represented in this somehow?
Mr. Kostif?
Through your worship, it's actually downtown, and that was a typo in the report. That was a good catch. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turner.
Thank you. And the one last thing, if perhaps while the report is coming back as it's getting generated, one option that might be something worth considering is expropriation in certain circumstances where it might be a little more surgical. I'd be interested in a bit of an analysis of whether that's feasible or warranted, because I think the landlocking that's happening right now downtown is significant in terms of stalling any progress or material progress that we might have in revitalization of the core.
Mr. Tomazinski, do you wish to comment on that?
Your worship, I think that's an excellent idea, and it was also intended to be part of the comprehensive strategy that we review next year.
Thank you, Councillor.
That's all I've got. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to staff. I'm going to ask a couple of questions here. I'm going to preface it a little bit. I share some of Councillor Turner's concerns that we are potentially just duplicating work that's already been done with the Live, Work, Play investment that Downtown London made previously. We've had a number of reports come through the London Community Recovery Network making recommendations on some things for short-term wins, and I'm actually really concerned when I hear, well, we're looking for some short-term wins, because I think, quite frankly, the downtown we need a long-term focus on, not a short-term, because I don't think we're going to fix it quickly. I'm concerned as well, and through you to our staff, it's not referenced in the report, but I think all of us are well aware that one of the concerns we hear from residents is a feeling of, and it's a feeling and a perception, it's not necessarily the reality, but a feeling of being unsafe in the downtown. We've heard stores who can't get insurance because they've had their front windows broken so many times that their insurance company doesn't want to carry a policy with them anymore. And yet I don't see the London Police Services referenced as a partner in this. And is there going to be discussion around community safety protocols that go with this vacancy assessments? Because I think if we aren't addressing some of the root causes that are keeping people away from the downtown, we may not be getting a good value for our dollar out of that.
Mr. Thomas Insink, care to respond?
Your worship.
Sorry, I see Ms. Livingston. I'm just so excited to hear from Mr. Thomas Insink. I ignored you, Ms. Livingston. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to indicate that what is being suggested in this report is in addition to all of the work that is underway through the Core Area Action Plan. So they are meant to complement and assist each other. And in the Core Area Action Plan, there is a specific piece of work around the community safety audit, which is underway and should assist with the kinds of issues that the councillor has, through you, has just raised. So I just want to emphasize that these are meant to be working together. It is not one or the other, and we are not stopping the work on the Core Area Action Plan in any way, which is addressing many components, including safety.
Thank you. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I appreciate that input from Ms. Livingston on that piece. We heard Councillor Turner reference disincentives, and in his response, Mr. Kostafis mentioned vacancy taxes. But it was actually not that long ago that Councillor Pelosa and I brought forward a motion to address residential vacancies, and we were actually advised that it can only be applied to residential property classes at this period of time. So I'm looking for some clarification from our staff. Have rules from the province changed recently? Can we now start applying a vacant tax penalty to other classes of property?
Mr. Thomas Insink, please.
I could jump in there too, it's Mr. Costas, but no, the rules have not changed. I just brought up as an example of things that we could continue to look at, and that would be one that you just mentioned, or the council just mentioned as well. It's things do change from time to time. This study will be ongoing all of throughout next year, and we'll report back to you with our best recommendations at that time. So there's a lot of incentive type measures, like as an example, we just looked at the 3,000 unit affordable housing for conversions, potential incentives there that could be applied not just in the downtown. So although the learnings that we would have in the downtown could be applied to the rest of the city, and as well as disincentives. So we would be looking at both. At this point in time, I can't say with any certainty what those exact incentives or disincentives would be. That is something that would be scoped out through the review, and we would welcome feedback from all the stakeholders as we embark on this process. The other thing, our city manager did mention is exactly correct. This is to complement the work of LCRN and through the sorry, I'm having a little bit of a brain freeze here. But all the other work that we're doing in the downtown, it's not the all and end all, and we will be looking at those for short-term recommendations, which we already are implementing in many cases, as well as long-term.
Thank you. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm not going to take up too much time anymore. I'm going to listen to what others have to say about this topic. I'm just going to share that I still have some reservations. There's some things in this proposal that I like, and I see that the reference to not just parking counts, but actual geographic location and a thorough parking study is included in that, and I like that, because there are some spots where vacant lots are being used for parking where it's just not warranted. There are other places where the parking zones need intensification in order to fill the buildings. There's some trade-offs there, and taking a look at it through the bigger lens of filling those vacancies, I think is helpful. My main concern remains that I do not believe as a municipal government, we have all the tools in the toolbox to address the issue of vacant commercial spaces, whether they be retail or office spaces. The private sector will decide where it wants to locate its businesses, and I'm concerned when and I say this with all due respect, because I'm certainly not ruling it out, but when I hear things like expropriation, and Councillor Turner did say very surgical, and I agree with him, there has to be a very good municipal justification for expropriation, and I'm not sure that vacancy in the downtown would give us grounds to do that. But I would like to hear what other councillors have to say about this. I'm kind of on the fence at the moment.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from colleagues? I have Deputy Mayor Morgan.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I just wanted to add a few comments on this and reiterate what Ms. Livingston said. Sorry, I'm choking on some water. That this is an addition by council direction to existing strategies in the downtown. And as we know, if we had the magic solution to revitalize the downtown, we would have done it by now. It's a complex problem. It requires a number of approaches, and it requires the involvement of a number of strategic partners in a thoughtful and meticulous way. And when the report talks about short-term actions, you know, short-term is still a year out. And so there is time to do this, but this is a good approach that I am supportive of to integrate what are some new council directions into the existing pieces of work, bring in partners like the LEDC, and try to formulate a path forward to address issues that have arisen since we last set the direction on a number of plans downtown. And the pandemic has had a very specific impact on the downtown core, including core area vacancy. So it is a challenge that both us and other cities of our size are facing. I think that this is a good strategic approach, and what it will produce is recommendations for our consideration. And so I think it's important to start the work so we can get to those recommendations so we can start to move forward. And I really like the integration with the other work that's being done, and that this is in partnership with that. And I know Councillor Cassidy has her name on the list next. I know I supported her motion when it came up to start some of this work, so I'm interested in hearing her thoughts on this as well.
Me too. Let's call on Councillor Cassidy, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question. When we talk about some of the tax incentives, and Councillor Lewis brought up we did have that discussion when we made that motion a ways back that led to this report. And there was the discussion about some buildings may have commercial on the ground floor, and we could look at them right now. Many of those buildings are vacant above the ground floor, and the idea of having residential units and above. So can we provide some of those incentives to encourage property owners to convert those upper levels into residential units?
Mr. Kotsvis.
Your Worship, it's Michael Tomazinski here. Part of the review here, and it was specifically directed by council, is that we review the existing incentive programs. So right now, those incentive programs aren't directed to for tenant occupancy, but it's something that we're going to be reviewing. So right now we are doing, you know, facade improvement and upgrade to building codes, but there's nothing directed to directly to tenant the ground floor units or the upper floor units, but that is something that council gave a specific direction to look at as part of this review, and we will be doing that.
Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you. So I, you know, in thinking along those lines, if this is the area that will be explored further, I also wonder if then we could use some of those disincentives, if we could proactively rezone portions of buildings so that it may be a commercial zone currently, but we could rezone upper levels to be residential, and then therefore have those disincentives kick in for the upper floors. Is that a possibility?
I will always call on Mr. Kotsvis, and it can be responded by whomever is the appropriate party. Mr. Kotsvis.
So, Michael Tomazinski is an expert in this, but just generally speaking, so in the downtown areas, there's a multitude of zoning permissions already permitted in these buildings. So residential is typically permitted in the downtown core as of right. In other areas, however, as we look outward, if we were to study that, I think that would be something we would have to bring back to you in terms of you know, kind of an area plan review, or on the basis of, you know, what we're trying to achieve. There has to be a municipal purpose for that, and clearly that is something we could look at. it would be proactive kind of zoning and possibly some sort of area plans. But I defer to Mr. Tomaszynski to provide more specific.
Anything else to add, Mr. Tomaszynski, please?
Yeah, just very quickly, we do have a very specific council direction to look at planning permissions as well. But we just want to make sure that any of the incentive programs and the planning permissions work together. We wouldn't want to undo any policies of the official plan or any vision for the downtown in the short term without seeing how it integrates with some of the other incentive programs or those types of action items. So we don't want to do anything in isolation. The whole intent of this comprehensive strategy is to make sure that all the pieces work together.
Councillor Cassidy?
Thank you. So I have one last question and then a comment. And my question is about LEDC's involvement. The downtown, when we look at what their mandate is, the downtown isn't generally part of their mandate. So I recognize the great success that that we have through LEDC with industrial land. I'm wondering how much involvement LEDC will have in this, and is this the best use of the LEDC, recognizing we also gave them the film office. I worry about taxing the LEDC, so I just want to get an idea of how much involvement LEDC will have in this. And I also have, sorry, I kind of lied. So I'll have another question after this, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Kotsvis.
So through your worship, yes, so that's exactly the conversation we need to have with LEDC. Their mandate is citywide. It's not necessarily focused just on the downtown. So we would need to see how they can resource themselves for this. In terms of the film office, they had to resource up, obviously, and that's what the funding was for. We would likely have a similar scenario, and hence the funding request for this as well, to garner that in-house expertise for them.
Thank you. Councillor Cassidy.
So my final question is about proactively acquiring properties in a strategic manner. And Councillor Turner brought up expropriation. I'm not necessarily talking about expropriation, but that could be a possibility. And when I first spoke to staff, when I first brought the motion forward a while back, I had in my head the idea of the industrial land development strategy, the fact that we have a set of funds set aside to allow us to purchase strategic sites and put that in our bank of industrial land. We service that land and then it's available, and that provides incentive for companies like Maple Leaf Foods to come to London, invest in London, bring jobs to London. So I always thought that the possibility exists to do a downtown land development strategy or a core area land development strategy or any sort of like non-industrial land development strategy. It could be to build affordable housing or any other uses that would fit our strategic plan and provide benefit to the City of London. Is that idea of strategically acquiring sites something that will also be looked at?
Mr. Kotsvis.
Yeah, through the council, or through your worship, yes, of course, that is something that we're looking at, and it deals with expropriation, land acquisition, and building acquisition. But there needs to be a municipal purpose. Obviously, we would need to come back to you with whether that would be a recommendation we would proceed with, and what the purpose would be, and the strategy behind it. Clearly, at this point in time, there's no funding for it other than the monies that we have put together for the affordable housing strategy, but there's no other funding. So should it be safer to supplement the affordable housing strategy, it could be encompassed within that strategy and the funding within, or if it's beyond that scope and into something else, that would clearly be a multi-year budget discussion, and we would need to bring forward a business case. But those types of scenarios we would bring to you with our recommendations as to whether we consider them or not, and council would be able to deliberate on those issues and bring them forward as a multi-year budget discussion.
Thank you. Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I will just say thank you to staff for this report. It's very comprehensive, and yet it is still flexible and it's wide open. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what will come back. I like that it's not a siloed approach. I like that it's not just the planning people that are taking hold of this. I like that we're including outside agencies as well. And I think initially, the motion was to look at our affordable housing crisis and how we can solve our vacant land problem at the same time, and maybe the two could marry together and help each other out. So I do recognize, as everyone on this council does, that we have an affordable housing crisis. I think going forward, if we do look at strategic acquisition or even expropriation, that there is a municipal justification there when we're looking at the crisis that we have with housing in the city. But having said that, I'm looking forward to the strategy coming back. I'm happy to see the collaboration that's expected through this, and to see people, different divisions within City Hall and area and other agencies outside of City Hall working together to try to tackle this together. So thank you so much for this report. I do appreciate it.
Thank you. Before I recognize Councillor Turner, I wonder if there's anyone who hasn't yet spoken who would like to comment on the report. Councillor Fife-Miller, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I think one of the things when I read this originally, I thought this is a great action piece to go with the core area action plan that we've already worked on in the downtown and put a lot of energy and time into. I think one of the things that we can all agree on is that our downtown has and will continue to be our calling card to the community. This is where people want to come. To some of the councillors' comments on the facts that there have been other reports ahead of this, there always has been. When you look at Live, Work, Learn, Play, they used 2014 numbers and told us that 55,000 people came into our downtown every day. The numbers on the new strat plan for the BIA used 2020 numbers, and that was down to 33. What we don't have is an actual looking at what do our post-COVID numbers look like? What's our downtown going to look like as we roll out of COVID? To me, this plan gives us that opportunity to look at that and to look and see what our downtown can actually become and how do we build it forward to be that calling card again that we want it to represent. I love the word that Councillor Cassidy used, which was silo. One of the things that we heard when the organizations came here, when LEDC came here, when Small Business Center came here, one of the positive things that have come out of COVID is their ability to work together, and they're doing that. I see right now a renewed energy in our downtown to have these organizations come together and put together a collaborative strategy that we can build on so that we can move forward. And I think the big thing for us moving forward in our downtown is it's not about our downtown. This is about our city at the end of the day. The economic generator in our downtown affects our whole city. And I think it's imperative that we come together as a strategy, bringing the best minds of our city together to come up with something that we're all really proud of as we move forward. So for me, my support on this isn't just the support because it's for the downtown. My support is this for the whole city, because I think this will be impactful on our city for years to come. And so I can really get behind this. I thank the staff for their report, because again, I agree with Councillor Cassidy. It was an extremely thorough report. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I have no other first-time speakers on my list. Councillor Turner.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'll be brief. One to Councillor Lewis's point. We did address vacancy tax a little bit ago in the last term, where we took a look at the vacancy tax rebate that was provided for vacant properties. That ended up being a double discount because of the MPAC assessments accounted for vacancy as well and decreased the taxables. So the province had allowed us to remove that vacancy tax rebate, which was a secondary almost bonus for those that had vacant properties. But you're right. I think we absolutely need to go the other way and tax vacant properties as a disincentive for those that maintain vacancies. My question I forgot to ask earlier, perhaps through to Mr. Thompson-Sink. Is there an opportunity as well to investigate how we apply the development charge grant? we have taken a look at modifying it a little bit. So we provide it as a grant and a rebate over, I think it was 10 years. Is there an opportunity to be more prescribed in the way that we provide those grants, whether that be through making it time limited, accessible for somebody buys a property, that grant would be available to them for 5 to 10 years, or it would be of decreasing value over that period of time, or something like that, something that gets the clock ticking. So once that property is acquired, they have something to march towards in order to try and get something developed on that site. I think in general, the concept is for us to try and be as creative as we can with our incentives so that they do what they're supposed to do. I think we've had some good success with the development charge grant program, but I think it needs to be refined a little bit more. And that's nothing new that I've been saying over the past several years as we've gone through budget time. But I think as we're looking at this, I do recognize that it says that we're supposed to spend some time to evaluate the changes that we made, but I think we can do this concurrently and start that process. And if at the end of the day our development charge review says everything's cool, then we can pull back on anything that we might add right now.
I think there's a question in there directed through, I'll direct it through Mr. Kotsovas, though.
Through you, Your Worship. Since Council very specifically asked staff to review the existing incentive programs, in my mind, that's one of the big 3 incentive programs when you look at the facade improvement and the upgrade to building code as well. So that is certainly in scope of this project, and we'll look at that.
Councillor Turner?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. I see no one else on the speakers list. Therefore, I'll look for a mover. Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Fife Miller. We'll call the question.
I'll vote as Councillor Steve Lehman. I'll vote yay.
Thank you.
The vote hasn't come up. I might have clicked the wrong meeting, so I will vote yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy.
What's the date today?
Closing the vote, the motion's passed.
Thank you, colleagues. I'll turn your attention to item 2.2, the semi-annual progress report 2021 and a report to the community. Any comments or questions for staff? Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. And I first of all want to thank staff for this report. There's a lot of information that we're getting, and to me, it's an important part of understanding where we are as a city. I understand that this document does not provide an update on every strategy, but I do have a couple questions. And when I reviewed the report, it speaks to some indicators that are not defined. And when I review the report, a lot of the not defined is around the London House Middlesex units work that we're starting to see in our strategic plan. I could be wrong, but my first question is, am I reading that correctly when it comes to not defined? And when we look at the total of additional actions, that it tends to be around the health unit is my first question, just to make sure I'm reading the report correctly.
Ms. Livingston.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, the Middlesex London Health Unit has been a very active participant for a number of years in the strategic plan, both the previous one and this one. And they always report, as do we, through the progress reports. However, because of the impact of the pandemic and the draw on their resources, they were not able to participate in this reporting cycle. They did in the one prior. And so that is why we've identified it as not defined. It doesn't mean that work isn't happening. It's just that those folks are so overtaken with other activities. So we keep in touch with them, and they'll have another opportunity in our next progress report next May to be able to provide an update if they are able, depending on where we're at with respect to the pandemic. So that's why it's defined the way it is.
Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, thank you for that explanation and reminding me it is the challenges with this pandemic have been great for the health unit and for the City of London. I do want to make a quick comment on what I'm starting to see, or maybe I may have it wrong as we move forward, but as representing the City of London at the AMO board, we just had a board meeting last week. And one of the recommendations that was passed by the board was that we advocate for recommendations to the Minister of Health about substantially improving municipal engagement and mandating appropriate relationships with Ontario health teams. And for me, it's starting as a city councillor, an indication of how we as municipalities are starting to see really, the pandemic has really shown the importance of health to our residents and how we as a municipality are dealing with this. So this report sort of highlighted the work that the health unit is doing, but also as we move forward, the importance of health and how we deal with it as a municipality. I know it's a big conversation at the AMO at the moment, but I just wanted to pass on that information. As well, I wanted to make a quick comment on the 3 pillars for the framework that's being done for the gender coordinating the gender lens, keeping our city safe for women and girls. And I'm really looking forward. I know we're a little bit behind, but it's good to see that this framework will be coming to us in the middle of next year. And I really appreciated the Western Student Council speaking at our budget public participation meeting yesterday, the importance of that. So I think that's an important conversation, not only gender, but equality, equity. And the list just goes on, and seeing this framework come forward, I really appreciate that, as well as all the great work that staff's doing. You can just see all the work in this report, and I thank you very much for it.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Any other comments or questions with respect to this report? I see none, therefore I'll look for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. We'll call the question.
Councillor Turner?
Your worship, I'll vote yay. For some reason, voting in progress bar is here, but it won't allow me access to the button.
Thank you.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thank you, colleagues. I'll turn your attention now to 2.3, the 2021 Resident Satisfaction Survey. Any comments or questions to staff? I know this was on the consent component, and it was the other 2 items being pulled. So with that, then I will look for a motion to accept the report. Councillor Pelosa, seconded by Councillor Fife Miller. But are there any questions? Sorry, Councillor Cassidy, go ahead.
My apologies for not putting my hand up sooner. I fully expected other people to comment on this, and I was lost in the report itself. I just wanted to highlight that the 3 top of mind issues that were identified by the people, the respondents to this survey and put in this report were transportation, poverty, and development and infrastructure, which I would include to mean development of things like housing as well, even though the examples given were urban sprawl and then roads and infrastructure, et cetera. But I do want to mention that those three issues, transportation, poverty, and development as it relates to housing, are intrinsically related. And and it's heartening to hear that the community recognizes the importance of these issues. If you're talking about poverty, the access to good and reliable transportation to get to work, to get to the industrial lands in particular, to get to where the jobs are, is extremely important. Access to housing and also having good, well-maintained infrastructure within the city. It's all related. And I think these are important points. I feel good that the people of the City of London that responded to this survey also recognize that these are very important, and we can't solve any single one of them unless we solve all of them together. And again, it goes back to that idea of breaking down silos and making sure that across the board, all things, because they're so interconnected, all things are addressed adequately. So I just want to say thank you to staff for this report, and I just wanted to highlight those top of mind issues. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Turner.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just a couple quick comments on this. I'm glad we do this on a frequent basis. The information is informative to us, and it helps us see how things have moved from a year-to-year basis. The people who are generally satisfied remain generally satisfied. It seems that we've had a decrease in the amount who are really satisfied and an increase in the amount who are unsatisfied. So it's something for us to keep mind of. One of my concerns that always comes out of these, and especially when we do peer benchmarking, we love to kind of be happy when we're in the middle of them. You know, we're the Goldilocks city. We're not too hot, not too cold. But I worry about that because it seems sometimes we're not setting our targets on greatness and excelling in any of the areas. So look at us, we're on the low end of the tax side and we're in the middle of the satisfaction side, but we're not knocking it out of the park in these areas when we do these benchmarking surveys. And so I'd like to see us have a bit more of a drive towards those things. A similar survey we did a few years ago, one of the questions was, have you accessed a city service in the past year? And about 47% said no. And I wrote a column on that said that half of Londoners not flushed their toilet last year. And the challenge is that there's so many municipal services and they're so ubiquitous. That sidewalks and roads and snow plowing and things like that, parks and water service and all of those things just become invisible. And when they're invisible, then they're taken for granted or not recognized that these are core services that the city offers on a regular basis and does really well. And so it's important that we blow our horn a little bit and say these are things that the city does. This is a good indication of where that satisfaction lies on each of the services or the service areas. And so keep doing this. It's important for us. It's important for us to help set priorities, but I think it's also important for Londoners to see and understand as well.
Thank you. Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I look and as Councillor Turner pointed out, there's a general reduction in satisfaction. And I'm going to interpret that as being mostly related to the pandemic. Certainly there are services that weren't available at times, so we could see how those would have been impacted. But just in general, I think people are feeling lesser quality of life, and it's going to show itself in a report like this. So I still think staff's doing a great job, and we're doing our best, and that under similar circumstances to previous years, we would have very much likely have gotten similar or perhaps slightly better results.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you to staff. And I'm not going to repeat what my colleagues have said. I agree with a lot of their comments. And I do have a quick question. And it seems that every time we do this survey, where we tend to be a little bit behind with our population. I know we're quoting 2016 population stats. And I wonder through you, Mr. Chair, to staff, if I can be reminded when the next population stat will be coming out, because obviously it's going to be quite different than 2016. And does it really make a big difference when we do these surveys? I know this survey was just done, I think it was in September to October, but just if I can have a better understanding with our population stats and how that relates to the survey that was just done.
Thank you. I always declare London as the 10th largest city in Canada, so perhaps Ms. Livingston can give us some wisdom here.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask Ms. Wilcox to provide the detail on that question.
Go ahead, please, Ms. Wilcox. Ms. Wilcox, are you there? I don't
Hopefully
see.
you can hear me now.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. The data that we use to derive a representative sample for the survey is based on the most recent census data that we have. So that is based on the census profile from 2016. The next census is coming out in 2021 though, and so as that data is released, that enables us to be able to update that profile and then create a representative sample based on that. So, but it does rely on census data.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you for that. But I was just, my question, I guess, is more or less how these census numbers of 2016 relate to the survey. I just want to have a better understanding. Is it separate to the survey, or how's it incorporated?
Ms. Wilcox.
Thank you, and through the chair. So when the third-party vendor that we use is creating a representative sample, they are using census data, so that picture of London, to create the profile. So it is used to inform that sample. And so when, and then we do a benchmark against the census data to make sure that that is in line with the current demographics of our community.
So it is, okay, thank you for that. So it is adjusted to identify more or less what's happening now. I just want to thank staff for the report and for clarifying that for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? I'd like to make a comment from the chair, if I can. Colleagues, I think it's fair to say that most communities across the country would salivate to have satisfaction survey results like this. And I really do believe, as we've indicated when we have committee of the whole through SPPC and through our council meetings, when we acknowledge staff at the end, I think this is a great tribute to the commitment to service excellence that they provide. And you've heard those who have spoken already acknowledges the great work that they do. And I think that's great reinforcement. Any other final comments? So with that, it's been moved and seconded. We will call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thank you. One scheduled item, I'll turn your attention to page 233 of our report, which is the Diversity, Inclusion, and Anti-Oppression Advisory Committee report. We do have a delegation, Mr. Brian Hill, who is going to provide a verbal report based on the 9th report of this committee meeting. So, Mr. Hill, it's great to welcome you to committee, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Councilors. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge being here tonight to present a letter on behalf of the Diversity, Inclusion, and Anti-Oppression Advisory Committee. Saguli Sagwego, Suhush Garini gets a Gualini Gualini Agni Guahanjo. I've been authorized and asked by the chair and the vice chair to speak on behalf of the Diversity, Inclusion, and Anti-Oppression Advisory Committee. We're here to share some concerns and look for direction. We as an advisory committee have been given a mandate to provide leadership on matters related to diversity, inclusion, equity, and elimination of discrimination in the City of London, to provide consultation, advice, report findings, and make recommendations to City Council as necessary or at such times as Council may deem desirable, to work actively with police services, education, community groups, municipal organizations, social services, business, labor, and government agencies in order to facilitate a stronger understanding of the needs of the city's diverse population, to initiate and participate in the development of new policies and programs or the refinement of existing ones related to matters of discrimination, diversity, inclusion, inclusivity, and equity in the City of London. Further, the role of the advisory committee is to provide recommendations, advice, and information to the municipal council on those specialized matters which relate to the purpose of the advisory committee, to facilitate public input to City Council on programs and ideas, and to assist in enhancing the quality of life of the community. In keeping with the municipal council's strategic plan principles, advisory committees shall conduct themselves in keeping with policies set by the municipal council pertaining to advisory committees, and also in keeping with the council procedure bylaw. We feel that our roles as advisors is being overlooked, especially with the events over the past year where incidents have occurred that specifically targeted people of color. The arson at the planned and announced Indigenous homeless assistance site that the city has worked in partnership with the Adalosa Family Healing Services. It was only after it was publicly announced as being Indigenous specific, the fire occurred at the clubhouse at the Old River Road Golf Course, where this site was to be housed. Reports later stated that the alleged perpetrator was upset that the property values would be adversely affected due to the presence of Indigenous homeless people in the neighborhood. Although a new plan has been developed and put in place, I am personally concerned that this will also become a target again because of the specific nature of the Indigenous people that will be housed there. Positive Indigenous-based activities and initiatives have always been a target, as it can be seen as an attempt by Indigenous people to take something away from the community where these events are held. This type of targeted action can be directly connected to the longstanding belief that Indigenous people are a drain on society, and we should accept the fact that we have been defeated as a people and become Canadians like everyone else. We can thank the Indian Act of 1867 and the residential school system for instilling that belief into society. The Indigenous people of this community have continually been targeted both openly and by anonymous means. We're always at the top of the list when we hear of the percentage of Indigenous children in care of CAS, the percentage of Indigenous people involved with the justice system, our youth among the lowest rates in high school completion, and levels of Indigenous homelessness and its partners in mental health and addiction issues. The city has made efforts to aid in assisting with this work, namely the Community Diversity Inclusion Strategy, which has built in a priority group that is attempting to implement specific recommendations derived from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report. I do see that partnerships with urban Indigenous organizations have been developed and steps are being taken to assist in some areas. But again, we need to openly and honestly ensure that these efforts are brought to light. We have also been witnessing the demeaning and degrading treatment of the Muslim community within the boundaries of the City of London, the specific targeting of a group of people who must bear the brunt of reactions by people who, again, have developed a distorted view of what the Muslim faith represents. The horrific targeted attack on a Muslim family as they walked along the sidewalk, which caused the deaths of 4 of the 5 family members involved. Once again, the Muslim community had to stand together and deal with the outcome of a tragedy that was directed at the faith and belief in their creator and not who they are as human beings. Again, these incidents bring to light the way in which society views people of different faiths and belief systems. this type of behavior towards both of our communities is becoming commonplace and accepted, as there is very little being done to actually change things in our city. Sadly, the constant and prolonged abuses that are being directed towards members of all of our communities of color is something that we have come to expect, as a cost of being seen as being different based on what we look like and not who we truly are. We have had many discussions where we have shared our sadness, anger, and frustration about what has been occurring. These events also reveal a fact that racism and discrimination is part of our city, even when there is denial in much of the population of these feelings and ideologies do not truly exist. We are told that we live in a diverse and inclusive city, but for those of us who live within those demographics, we see and feel the disregard and ill treatment of those who have perceived us as the enemy. We're here to talk of inclusion, of being part of this city, of being a valued piece of this large conglomerate. Each one of us that's at this committee table have volunteered to do so with the idea and hope that we can make positive changes for the betterment of our community. There are some items that have come out of our sometimes lengthy and difficult discussions, issues that have become a hurdle to that positive work, specifically the bureaucracy that we are instructed to operate within, the policies and procedures that are in place that have been developed to guide and direct our work, the system that has been put in place that has become a mandated part of our interactions when we sit as a committee. There is a statement that has been utilized describing the work we have taken on. A statement that comes out occasionally, and that is, the system is broken. But in reality, the system is operating just as it was designed, benefiting the institutions and organizations that have designed it. The bureaucracy that we are asked to operate under is actually part of what stops the truth from being told in a way that it needs to be told. We sit on a committee that states that it is to advise council in an effort to enact changes to ensure all members of the community are treated in an equitable and fair manner. But we are bound by a system that is designed by and supported through policies, procedures, and bylaws to ensure that the balance of power stays where it's meant to be. We, the people of those oppressed communities that sit at this table, have in fact now become tools of that system. We have become the oppressors. We come before you today to seek change to a system that needs updating to the 21st century and to reflect on the true makeup of the community. Changes that will enable all advisory committees to become more proactive in what they're mandated to do, to allow us to bring forth issues that City Council may not be aware of on a regular basis. We also stand to ask Council to direct City administration and staff to be more proactive in the development of initiatives, to develop policy and processes to be more directly supportive and engage when events like this happen. To report back to us and to the public on efforts and programs that are being developed to address these issues. We are looking to be seen as a valuable asset to City Council by action and not just words, and that we are utilized for the specific talents and understandings that we bring to the table from our lived experience as people from racialized communities within the City of London. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Colleagues, I'll invite you to, if you have any comments or questions with respect to the report or Mr. Hill's verbal report. So we've got both written and verbal. I'll start with Councillor Turner. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Hill, for coming today. It's something stuck with me as you said that the system is broken, but then you said the system is working as it's designed. I was just going through some classes recently, and I was talking about healthcare systems designed. And there's a quote that says, "Every system is perfectly designed to get the results that it gets." And I think that just all came rushing back as you said that. One of your requests in this is specifically around how we structure advisory committees. And this is one of the things that I've had concerns as we've gone through the advisory committee structure process, and we'll talk about later today, is that there seems to be one of the drivers in this is that we, to be frank, don't want to hear the advice from the advisory committees, or that the advice is contrary to what direction council may wish to go. We need to hear that contrary opinion, and we need to consider it. We can't live in a bit of an echo chamber on that. And so the advisory committees, I think you're absolutely right. Thank you for pointing that out. They need to be able to be empowered to provide advice or input that we might not want to hear sometimes. And we need to be able to challenge ourselves in taking a look at where the system is designed to give the results that it gets, and say, are those the results that we want in order to be an inclusive society? Anyway, I wanted to focus on that specifically, your presentation as well, in the broad context to really should give us pause and reflection. So thank you for coming today. But I did want to focus on that one specific piece. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions from colleagues? Councillor Hamou.
Thank you, Mayor Holder. I wanted to just thank you, Brian, for your kind words, and I just want to let you know that read through your report, and I happen to agree with most of the points here. And I wanted to thank your organization for doing, and your group, your advisory committee, for continuously doing this work. I don't know that there's anybody else that's advising council at present, since I'm new. So just wanted to let you know that it's well appreciated, and thank you so much for all of your work.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Hill, for again coming before this council. You have spoken to us before about these very same issues, not specific to advisory committees, but about the issues facing London, facing Indigenous people in London and other racialized communities. I especially want to thank you for persevering, because I know how hard it must be to feel like no change ever happens, and yet you keep coming back before us and you keep talking to us about all of these same issues. I wonder, through the mayor to staff, is why have we set up our advisory committees to be these formal structures following Robert's Rules of Order and all of those kinds of things? Is it absolutely necessary? I think of how a talking circle in especially for DIAC might be a more appropriate way for a committee to share information. But I'm wondering, are we strictly bound by the processes that we have set up for advisory committees?
Ms. Livingston.
Mr. Mayor, I'd ask that you refer that question to the clerk, please.
Clerk, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. The short answer is no. There's not a requirement to be in that specific structure. And in fact, one of the earlier reports that we brought forward proposed quite a different structure for the advisory committees, and that's not the path that was recommended to pursue. I will say that there has been feedback from the advisory committee membership, both for a revised structure and against a revised structure. So we're always trying to find a balance, and certainly the meetings are conducted with far less formality than a standing committee, for example.
Councillor?
So a follow-up question to that. When DIAC first came to us a few years ago, and they had a different name, And they felt that the work they were doing was better reflected in this name that the advisory committee now has, Diversity, Inclusion, and Anti-Oppression Advisory Committee. There had been a little bit of pushback from some members of council over that chosen name and over the fact that they wanted to change the name at all. My thought at the time was that these are a group of volunteer citizens bringing these matters before city council through standing committees. And if they believe that this name reflects the work that they're doing, we should give them leeway to determine what they are called. I think it kind of, for me, that holds true as well for how the committee conducts its business. I wonder if there's a requirement that every advisory committee must follow the same procedures, or could we not allow the advisory committee members on a case-by-case basis determine how they best could be conducting their meetings?
I'll give that question to the clerk.
Certainly, if that was the direction of council, we would undertake to facilitate that to the best that we are able to. Again, I will point out that we had, in a previous report, suggested some various formats for the matters that are currently before the existing advisory committees, and that was met with varying degrees of acceptance as well. One of the things that was mentioned numerous times was that the formality of the proposal established a hierarchy of importance of the committees. So there was a desire that that be sort of leveled out and all of the committees be treated the same to the fullest extent possible.
Councillor Cassidy.
So I share some of Councillor Turner's opinions around the recent history of advisory committees and the feeling, I think, for many that serve on these committees that council doesn't listen to them. And I get that they're providing advice and then council chooses how to proceed with that advice. I understand that. But I don't have a specific direction in mind. I'm hoping other colleagues have some comments or concerns or questions that they can share, because it's always concerned me that these are citizens that come forward, that volunteer their time they could be spending with their family. They feel so invested in the City of London and what's happening in the City of London that they choose to share their time to try to make things better. So I'm hopeful that other members of this committee will have some thoughts to share, because I don't want this to just be left, because we've run into this before as well, specifically with the Accessibility Advisory Committee. They had concerns and they felt like they weren't being heard. We did some specific things in the last term of council because of that, but I do recognize that they still have some concerns. So I'm going to yield the floor, Mr. Mayor, and I'll see if any of my colleagues have anything else to say.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Hopkins, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. And first of all, Mr. Hill, thank you again for coming to us and for sharing your experience. We need to hear your experience. We need to hear the advisory groups and their experiences. I think one thing I agree totally is change is needed. And unfortunately, it's going to take us a while for this change to happen, but we need to hear that. And again, thank you for being here. I think it's really important that advisory groups are an opportunity for us as council to see the community. They're vital. Not only DIAC, but all groups are really important to hearing what is going on. I I think we are going to be having a greater conversation later on in the agenda about how to proceed with advisory groups. And I think that what I've heard now with your presentation, I'll be taking that information and going forward to see what the debate with the advisory groups will be later on in the agenda. But once again, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Van Holst?
Thank you, Your Worship. And to our guest and advisory committee chair, thank you for the presentation. One of the reasons that we wanted to do a review on the advisory committees because there was a dissatisfaction with the process and the system, and we were looking for other ways for people to provide input in. However, there was also a response to that, and then no, we need to keep the committees and maybe to keep them the way they are. So there's that challenge that we're facing in coming up with something new. I will say that it's not that often that the committee chairs come and report as a delegate, and so that's a possibility that I hope, having done so today, you will feel at the end of the meeting that it was worthwhile and does present another possibility for you, because that's something that is available to you and to any committee to send a representative to council along with the report. I certainly appreciate the idea of talking about a system, and that's something that I've thought about a lot. The way I express it is by saying people, imagine you and I went to Las Vegas and I said, wow, how is it that every one of these casinos seems so rich and opulent? And the response would be, well, Mike, the odds for every game are in favor of the house. They win by design. And I would say, well, hey, what about us average Canadians? Do we win by design? And I don't know that we do. And so there's that possibility that how can we design things so that we get a better result? Because as you've said, and as Councillor Turner was talking about too, it's the results that come out are based on that design. So there's, I guess, two things to consider there. What are the results that we want to get? And then what's the design that would get us there? And we're certainly open to something different. And of course, the solution to many problems is a new idea or a better idea. And so we're certainly open for that. And again, that was the purpose of doing the review, is trying to figure out what can we do different. So I certainly hope we see a change. And I also appreciate that the way events happen in this city, that it seems like we may take 3 steps forward and 2 steps back, or maybe it seems like 3 steps forward and 3 steps back. But I think even in light of those situations, those steps forward do happen, and I think there is positive change taking place. And but there's a lot of human nature to contend with, and that change is kind of slow, but it does happen. And I appreciate your work and that of your committee in trying to make that happen. So thank you again for being here.
Thank you. Councillor Hillier.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Hill, for being here. I appreciate it more than you can imagine. This one affects me and affects all of us because we all know people that will not participate because they don't like the structure. They don't like the formality and having to remember the rules. And it's very difficult for some people to come to these meetings, especially if you're from another culture and not used to it. I myself, I found it very difficult to start. Now I just listen and chime in where I feel it's appropriate. But I can imagine from being an outsider looking in, City Hall is looked on as all on high, but you know what? It's not all on high. It's supposed to be a companion to help us through our life. And it's not helping these people. It's not helping anyone. We need to be listening and not just, oh, okay, I acknowledge you. Yeah, okay, and then pass it off. We need to listen. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Oh, excuse me, Deputy Mayor Morgan, please.
Yes, thank you. And through the chair, thank you to Mr. Hill for your presentation. I tried really hard to listen to your words and not want to like say something at the meeting that is linked into the structure that we're currently operating in, like to really genuinely listen. And one of the things that struck me was when you talked about how the structure has caused you and some of your colleagues to be the oppressors. The way that it's structured has the rules of the game are structured in such a way that you're kind of part of that structure. And as we struggle to try to build new structures in our organization, and earlier we've created a division that reports to the city manager, and we have a director of anti-racism and anti-oppression, and we've hired some staff under there. I wonder if you have any specific thoughts about like how do we, within the restrictions of the current structures we've set up and even the current new pieces that we've added to the corporation, what is the path that you foresee us in having the conversation that you feel the municipality should be having? Like what do you have any thoughts on what the first or second or even third steps are to move forward through this processing? And am I allowed to ask that through the chair to our presenter, because I'm very interested in not presuming or putting my own thoughts into what the next steps are without hearing them from you.
Mr. Hill, do you have some comment to that?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me this opportunity. The new anti-racism, anti-oppression group that has been just recently established within the city is, in one way, it's another arm of that bureaucracy. You know, even though there are people of color, racialized people who sit in those seats, I think that the trust factor. I know I've spoken about this before to council and to various councillors as well. There's a trust factor that needs to be worked on, that needs to be built. And I know when I was trying to write this presentation tonight, it was difficult. It was difficult to put my words and my thoughts and my feelings into this system. You know, and I know personally that the people who are that work in this new group, I know them, and I know they also struggle with that. Again, being part of that system, and that's one of the biggest things that needs to, that I talked about was the need to change that system. The system is a 200, 300, 400, 500-year-old system that wasn't developed with us in mind. But in order to be part of that system, we have to change. We have to change who we are. We have to change how we think. And to those of you that do know me personally, You know that's not me. If I was to come to speak to you tonight as myself, as Brian Hill, as Sue Gliddy of the United Nation, I'm kind of long-winded because I take the opportunity to say what I need to say, how I need to say it when that time is allotted to me. But again, tonight, I couldn't do that because I know I was coming in to that system. I do my best to operate in that system. It's not comfortable. It's not natural. And it's very restrictive. So even though you have those people in place, they're still going to be operating under those restrictions. Like how as racialized people, how are we supposed to, again, be full participants of a system that was designed not by us and not for us? And part of my question again was the change needs to be made. Bring these things into the 21st century. Look at the people who were involved. Help them to help you design it. Because it's up to us. It's up to us to do this. We can't keep going over the same thing over and over and over again, year after year. Like here we are, 400 or 500 years. We're still, we're still kind of basically in the same spot we were back then. Like I heard a couple of counselors talk about change takes time. I know it takes time. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of healing. It takes a lot of acceptance. And it takes acknowledgement. We have to acknowledge those things, those wrongs, those acts. We have to acknowledge them in order to heal them, in order to move forward. Yeah, it's a tough job. I know it's a tough job. I've been doing it most of my life. And again, I want to thank council for allowing me this time. I don't know if I completely answered your question, Councillor Helmer, but Councillor Morgan, I believe it was. But just thank you for the opportunity. Uncle.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, and thank you for your words. And I will be honest, completely honest with you, I do not know the next step, and nor do I presume that I'm the right person to say that I or any of my members of council should have the answer to what the next step is based on your comments. And so your words are very important, and I'm very interested in figuring out how that works with you and whoever else needs to be involved in that conversation. But I will be clear. I think we will struggle through this debate within our current structure, and we will not have the right or even an answer, and we won't even be sure if we're the right people to be deciding this. But I think your words are powerful, and I wanted to give you that opportunity to still share. And if there's anything else that comes to mind, I know I put you on the spot. I would love to continue the dialogue with you anytime. So thank you for your words today.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from colleagues? Seeing none, colleagues, we have, we have I'm looking for a motion to receive the committee's report and the verbal report from Mr. Hill. I see that's moved by Councillor Hillier, seconded by Councillor Helmer. We'll call the question.
Councillor Van Holst? Closing the vote, the motion is passed 15-0.
Thank you, colleagues. Mr. Hill, thank you very much on behalf of council for first your presentation and your response and comments with respect to the queries and comments as established by staff. Sincerely appreciated. Thank you. Colleagues, we have 10 items for direction, if we may. And the first, under 4.1A, deals with the Planning and Environment Committee. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the clerk just to explain the process to us as we go through the 4 committees and other appointments that we're going to be going through, just so there's clarity for that purpose. And it will be an e-scribe election process done per committee, but that's as much as I'll say. I'll turn it over to the clerk for further clarification.
Thank you. Through the chair, I believe you've covered off the high-level overview. There are selection processes available in eScribe as they may be required, and we will introduce each one as we go along. And then following all of the selection processes for A, B, C, and D, then we will have a motion that will be required to formalize those appointments.
Thank you. So colleagues, my thought, and I'm subject to any challenge or question or input, but you'll note on page 276, the committee appointments. If we start with Planning and Environment, we have 6 of our colleagues who have indicated as their first preference to be members of the Planning and Environment Committee. It's my thought that we put all of those names on the floor. And anyone, if anyone wishes either to add their name or to withdraw their name, as the case may be, they're certainly welcome to do that. And if there's no objections, I see Councillor Hopkins, you have your hand up. Is there a comment or question you have?
Yeah, just to follow up, I do have a question through you to clerks about the process. And I want to make sure I'm really clear and understand how we vote. And the first committee, the Planning Committee, there's one spot that is available. Usually the process has been that, people get their first preference, and then there's one spot available. So you vote for one name. I had a problem this time last year when it came to voting. And we'll see this more in the other committees where there's more spots available, so more votes. And what I think is really important, that we be as fair and transparent as possible. And for me to be that way, I need to understand when we move forward with voting, if there's 2 spots available on a committee. I know we're talking about planning, there's 1 spot, but do we vote for 2 names or do we vote for 1 name? And I think it's really important that we understand and that we all vote the same way, because there can be a discrepancy in the final results if we're not all voting the same way. And I really would like, if we don't do it that way, that's fine, but I just need to have that clarification.
And I think there may be a bit of a misunderstanding about our voting tonight, so I'll get the clerk to respond, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, and I'll speak specifically to the Planning and Environment Committee because that's the one that we will do first. There are 6 names that have been submitted as a first choice. So the selection ballot has been prepared with those 6 names, although more can be, actually they were prepared with all of the names, and I'm taking them off as they need to be taken off. So when the selection process is opened, each member will be able to vote for, they will be able to choose up to 5 persons to put on the committee. Each committee requires 5 members. I hope that helps clarify.
It does, but I'm just going to come back to Councillor Hopkins. I'm just going to add a piece, if I could, Councillor Hopkins. You've indicated, clerk, that people can vote for up to 5, so presumably that means they could vote for 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 persons for the committee. I just want to clarify, so there's no misunderstanding.
Thank you. Yes, the way this is set up and the way that it has been rolled out previously, members have been able to vote for up to 5 people. It's different than a motion vote. There has been members who have declined to use all 5 of their votes, which is different than abstaining because of a pecuniary interest.
Is that helpful, Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, it is. And I find myself in a, contradicting, not contradicting our policy. I support our policy, but I don't support it up to 5. I think if there's 5 spots available, 5 names should be put forward, not 3 names, not 2 names, and then we do another round of voting. And I have I worry about how fair this process is when it comes to us all voting the same way. It's that simple. If there's 5 spots, I'm going to put in 5 names. Not everyone's going to do that. And I think that is a concern for me because it may skew the numbers as we move forward. I really want to just make that comment because I had difficulty last time when we did this last year that we weren't all voting the same way in terms of 5 spots, 5 votes.
I'm going to let, oh, sorry, go ahead. Are you?
Yeah, I just really think it's very important that we be as fair and transparent as possible. And for me, it is putting in 5 spots, 5 names.
To be clear, and I'm going to let Councillor Cassidy comment on this, she's indicated she'd like to. There will be at least 5 people whose names will go forward on the committee. In this case here, we have 6 who've indicated a preference, and when we open it up, there may be others as well, but ultimately it will be 5 people who will be elected per committee as is required, and the mayor is an automatic on all committees. Councillor Cassidy, do you wish to add something?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to point out that the added agenda has changed a bit. So the lists where people have shown their preferences, there's been some adjustments. So there were 6 first preference names now on the added agenda. So I wanted to point that out. But I do hear what Councillor Hopkins is saying, and there have been times in the past where maybe that kind of thing had happened. I'm also hopeful that there are 5 spots on each committee that every member of this big committee will make 5 choices.
I appreciate that. Again, I'm going to come back to what we've been advised by the clerk. We do have, by the way, if you don't have the revised committee preference lists, you should just refresh or look to the added agenda. We do have 6 in the case of planning and environment who've put their name forward. Again, in a moment, I will ask if there are any other individuals who wish to have their name indicated on what I will call the first preference list, but it is my intention to, unless you indicate otherwise, to have those names put for voting. There are 6 right now, 5 to be elected, and as per the clerk, we can vote 1 to 5. Some council members have indicated their preference as to how they will vote in terms of 5. I certainly understand that. My personal indication, I'll be doing that as well, but it's 1 to 5 will be the intention. Any other comments or questions about the voting process before we go forward? So just want to be clear, we will have at least 5 members of council on each committee. And that's what we'll be voting on, unless it's only 5. So with that, I have colleagues for Planning Environment Committee. Then we have, Councillor Van Holst, do you have a question?
Just a statement you asked for other comments, and
yeah, please.
So your worship, the election isn't the actual choice or isn't the actual determination of the committee. It's we take that recommendation. This is our way of finding out how to pick 5 people, but the choice is really once we put that recommendation on the floor, that's the decision and that's how it's made.
Well, ultimately, it will be determined by council to support this committee's recommendations. So today, if we want to call it that the 5 names as indicated as the preferred choice of committee today, that's what we're going to be determining today, is to be confirmed by council. Have I missed that, Deputy Mayor? I thought I explained that reasonably, but Clerk, do you have a comment on that?
Thank you. Yes, you have explained that. There will be a motion from this committee after that we have worked through the full selection process. Correct.
So that there will be a motion to support all of the committee choices tonight, which will ultimately go to council for final approval. I thought I said that, but the clerk said it much better. Councillor Van Holst.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And just with respect to this particular committee, and as Councillor Cassidy pointed out, there were some changes in this, some additions, and in my case, a change. I had in the past ranked this committee low, and was going to do so again. I was maybe by habit, but realizing that we are supposed to move from committee to committee, and this is one that I haven't yet served on.
Okay, but Councillor, I'm going to stop you there. Respectfully, in the process, we haven't had individual attestations on this. I understand exactly what you said, and I got you to the point where you said you hadn't been on this committee as yet, but we weren't doing personal attestations with regard to that. Councillor Van Holst.
Yes, well, I think that's always a possibility, and in the past we've done so. People can speak to it, but that's so I think that's something that's available to us. It is committee, and we can make those comments. But
you're certainly right. It is committee, and we can. So with that, what I'd like to do is read the names off. If there's any confusion, let me read the names off, and then Councillor Helmer, may I recognize you? Is that all right? Just to at least keep this going. The 6 individuals thus far who've put their names forward as first preference indications are Councillor Lewis, Councillor Hillier, Councillor Lehman, Councillor Hopkins, Councillor Turner, Councillor Van Holst. Councillor Helmer, you had a comment?
Thank you. I wanted to just weigh in on the issue of bullet voting or plumping. I mean, you can call it different things.
Councillor Helmer, your audio has just kind of gotten garbled up, because I'm going to stop you for a second, and I don't know if you can reset it, but you did talk about plump voting, and then we kind of lost you.
Okay, can you hear me okay? Yeah, okay. So I've been thinking about how to handle this, and all I've been able to come up with is anybody who bullet votes, I'm going to insist that we vote on those appointments separately when it gets to council. And I personally will vote against anybody who bullet votes at all. I think it's incumbent on us to pick 5 councillors among all of us to serve on these committees. We're all capable of making a decision about which 5 people should go into the committees. Bullet voting is essentially saying, I'd rather have nobody than have a full committee. And that's just not a good way to treat each other. And so my only way of dealing with that is to say, if you bullet vote, I'm going to insist we vote on each of those people separately, so I can vote against those people going onto the committees. If we don't bullet vote, then that won't be necessary. So I don't know how else to deal with it, because it's a tactical decision that people have made in the past. I really would like to disincentivize it and take it away as an option, so people don't do it. And it seems to me like this is the only real way to do that.
Thank you very much. I know we've heard from a couple of councillors about the importance of voting for 5. I've indicated my direction as well. Any other comments, colleagues, before? I think that part's is clear, but is there any other comment or question before we look for any other nominations for planning environment, of which there are 6 for 5 positions right now? Okay, I see no other comments. Does anyone wish to add their name to the 6 individuals who have put their names forward now? I see none, so clerk, I will direct you please to put the 6 names please on the ballot, knowing that Again, I'll come back to the clerk. You can vote up to 5, and some indications of preference have been expressed. Thank you. Let's call the question. We're just getting the names up, colleagues.
That ballot is now available. So through the selection process, the committee composition will be Councilors Lehman, Lewis, Hopkins, Turner, Hillier.
So at the very end, we will vote on this as a group. But before then, colleagues, we need to select the chair. We've had 2 individuals that have indicated an interest in running for chair. Councillor Lewis?
Thank you, Your Worship. Since the departure of Councillor Squire, Councillor Hopkins has been filling in as the interim chair. She's done a wonderful job, and I'm going to withdraw my name for the chair and support her. And then perhaps at committee, I might seek the vice chair and learn a bit from her along the way, but I'm going to withdraw my name at this time.
We will leave your lobbying for vice chair to the committee. Thank you very much, though. That's helpful. But we do leave it open if any other member of committee who's been elected, I'll say that mindfully, as we have not yet done the final vote. But does anyone else wish to have their name put forward for chair of the other 3? Seeing none, then I will declare, subject to this vote and council vote, that Councillor Hopkins is the chair of Planning and Environment Committee for this next year. Councillor Hopkins, please don't reconsider.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to acknowledge Councillor Lewis. I appreciate your kind words. I was vice chair, acting chair for the past month with Councillor Squire going, and feel honored to serve as chair for the next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'll now turn your attention to Civic Works, of which we have 3 individuals, Councillor Pelosa, Councillor Fife-Miller, Councillor Van Meerbergen, who have indicated first preference for Civic Works, but it will require 2 more members of council if people wish to put their names forward. Councillor Lehman?
With the results of the last vote, I will be asked that my name be removed for consideration for Civic Works.
Yes, I know that you've indicated that as a second preference, so noted. But I think what we'll do, we'll see how this works. We'll see if we can, through this process, get through to those who wish to have be moved to first preference or for this committee. Councillor Van Holst?
Thank you. So I would put my name in for this committee, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else wish to have their name put forward for this committee? we will require at least one more name, certainly one more to complement the committee. And then if any others wish to have their name forward. Councillor Helmer?
I don't see people banging on the door to get onto the committee, so I'm happy to do it if nobody else is.
Thank you very much. It's a great committee, so I will ask if there are any others who have a preference or would like to have their name considered for this committee. I see none, so I will duly close the nomination, which means that Councillors Pelosa, Fife Miller, Van Holst, Van Meerbergen, and Helmer are the 5 committee members for Civic Works. I see that Councillor Pelosa has indicated her interest as chair. Does any one of the other 4 individuals who are part of this committee wish to have their name considered for chair? Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't believe that I've chaired a committee this term, and so I'm happy to have my name put for chair of this committee.
All right, thank you very much. Any of the other of our colleagues wish to have their name put forward as chair? I see none, then we'll direct the clerk to call the election. Voting for 1.
That selection is open. The committee has selected Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you very much. So colleagues, I will now turn your attention to the next committee, Community and Protective Services. We have 4 colleagues who have indicated as their first preference, Councillor Salih, Councillor Hamou, Councillor Helmer, and Councillor Cassidy, which leaves us with 1 vacancy, but as many as wish to be included. Councillor Hillier?
Yes, I'll put my name forward as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And does anyone else wish to have their name considered for the committee? We have 5 to be elected. 5 names are put forward, so I will deem that closed. But we are now looking for a chair. Councillor Cassidy has indicated interest in being chair. And of the other colleagues, does anyone else wish to consider the chair? I see a vigorous non-response. Therefore, Councillor Cassidy, congratulations. And I apologize, I didn't congratulate Councillor Pelosa from the prior. Thank you very much. So colleagues, that leaves us now with the Corporate Services Committee, which requires 5 council members. We have Councillor Morgan, who has put his name forward. And I would invite colleagues to indicate if they have an interest in sitting in this committee. We require 4 more of our colleagues to support this. And I'll look forward to any thoughts. Councillor Fife Miller.
Through you, Your Worship, I'll let my name stand for that committee.
Thank you very much. Any other volunteers? Councillor Lewis?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move my name up from my 3rd preference to my 1st preference on this one.
Thank you very much. I'm looking for 2 more colleagues. Councillor Cassidy. You'll put your name forward? Thank you. I just didn't hear that, but okay, that's more than a nod. Thank you. I'm looking for at least one more of our colleagues to put their name forward. Councillor Hamou? I have Councillor Hamou. Any other of our colleagues? We now have 5 of our colleagues who have indicated their interest in putting their name forward. Do we have any other from the floor? I see none, so I will deem the 5 members, Councillors Morgan, or Deputy Mayor Morgan, Councillor Fife Miller, Councillor Lewis, Councillor Cassidy, and Councillor Hamou as the committee members for corporate services. Of that, though, I'm looking for someone who will, of the 5, who will indicate that they wish to consider serving as chair. Councillor Lewis? I need to hear it, please, for the benefit.
Yes, sorry, Your Worship. I will let my name stand for chair.
Thanks. You learned from Councillor Cassidy that head nodding is one approach, but thank you for letting us all formally know. Anyone else wishing to have their name considered as chair? Of the 5, excuse me. I see none, so I will congratulate Councillor Lewis as chair of Corporate Services Committee. So with that, colleagues, what I'll look for is a motion under 4.1 to move these committee appointments and chair appointments as well. Do I have a mover, please? I have Councillor Cassidy. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Turner. We'll call the question.
Councillor Turner?
My apologies, these scribes being a little wonky, but it's there.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thank you, colleagues, and congratulations for your roles on the committee and in your capacity as chairs for those who have agreed to serve in those roles. That's extremely important as we go forward. They always say democracy is a little bit messy, but we get through it all, and congratulations to all of you. Colleagues, we now, under 4.2, are looking for consideration of an appointment to the Covent Garden Market Board of Directors, requiring 1 councillor. Councillor Fife Miller has put his name forward. Does anyone else wish to have their name considered for this appointment? I see none, so I'll look for a mover. Councillor Van Holst, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Van Meerbergen. We'll call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Congratulations, Councillor Fife Miller. Now, under 4.3, we're looking for an appointment to the London Middlesex Community Housing. I see Councillor Lewis's name. Is there anyone else who wishes to put their name forward for consideration? You'll see from the edits that Councillor Van Holst's name was withdrawn. Seeing none, I'll look for a mover, please. Councillor Van Holst, seconded by Councillor Hamou. Thank you. We'll call the question. Excuse me, and as I'm always reminded by the clerk as well, that what you'll see there is information relating from Paul Chisholm from London Middlesex Community Housing with regard to attendance, a vacancy that is that has become available on the board. And what I would like to do is I'll check back with the mover and seconders to receive that communication and direct Civic Administration to initiate a process to fill the vacancy. So if the mover, Councillor Van Holst, if you're comfortable with that, we'll do it all at once. Thank you. And seconded, or Councillor Hamou, are you comfortable with that seconding? Thank you. That's what we will be voting on then.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thank you. Item 4.4, consideration appointment to the London Transit Commission. There are two names. Put their name forward, Councillors Fife Miller and Councillor Hopkins. Any comments? Anyone wishing to put their name forward with regard to this? Seeing none, we will call the vote.
So the first vote to be opened will be the selection process. Members may choose one name. Councillor Lewis, thank you. Closing the vote, and Councillor Hopkins is selected.
Thank you. I look for a motion to appoint Councillor Hopkins to the LTC board. Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Van Holst, will call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thank you. I'll now turn your attention to item 4.5, the appointment to the Middlesex London Health Unit Board of Directors, of which we require one councillor. We have two names who have two councillors, Councillor Hamou and Councillor Van Holst, who have indicated an interest. Does anyone else wish to have their name considered? I see none. We'll be voting for one. I'll turn it back to the clerk.
That selection is now available. Closing the vote, and Councillor Hamou has been selected.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'll look for a motion to accept Councillor Hamou as the appointee. Councillor Van Meerbergen, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Thank you very much. We'll call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's carried 15-0.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Item 4.6 is the appointment to the Tourism London Board of Directors. We have several names, but in addition to that, we have a letter from Tourism London's general manager in which they indicate a vacancy that is also there with Tourism London. So firstly, I will indicate the individuals who have indicated their interest in sitting on the Tourism London Board. Councillor Fife Miller, Councillor Hillier, Councillor Hamou, Councillor Van Holst, and Deputy Mayor Morgan. So with that, I'll look for either any other names or any other considerations that colleagues have. Councillor Hamou?
Can I withdraw my name?
You can.
Thank you. I'd like to withdraw.
So noted. Any other comments from colleagues? Councillor Morgan?
Yes, I'd like to withdraw my name as well.
Noted. Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions? That leaves 3 colleagues, Councillor Fife Miller, Councillor Hillier, and Councillor Van Holst, who have put their names forward for the Tourism London Board of Directors. And I will put it to and we have 1 to vote. I will put it to the clerk to bring it forward, please, for voting.
Thank you. That selection is now open with 3 candidates and members. Through the chair, none of the candidates achieved 50% plus 1, so there will be a runoff ballot between Councillor Hillier and Councillor Van Holst. Members will be able to choose 1 candidate on the runoff ballot. And that selection is open. Closing the ballot, and Councillor Hillier has been selected.
Councillor Hillier, thank you. Colleagues, I'll be looking for a mover and seconder to appoint Councillor Hillier and to receive the communication from Tourism London. Do I have a mover, please? Councillor Van Meerbergen, seconded by Councillor Fife Miller. Thank you. We'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion's carried 15-0.
Page 280, you'll see a communication from Western Fair. And in addition, we're looking to appoint 1 council member. Councillor Hillier's put his name forward. Does anyone else wish to have their name put forward? I see none. We'll call the question. Clerk? So with 1 appointee, we'll be looking for a mover to appoint Councillor Hillier and to receive the communication from Western Fair. Moved by Deputy Mayor Morgan, seconded by Councillor Van Holst. Thank you very much. We'll call the question. Up, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, before we vote, I just wanted to recognize, as I sit on the board of the Western Fair, the correspondence from Mr. Reg Ash about the Programming Council being unlikely to meet over the course of the next year, given we don't have a lot of programming. That being said, I do think it's advantageous for us to keep the spots filled on the off chance that the board changes direction on that and decides to proceed with using the Programming Council. So I just wanted to acknowledge Mr. Ash's message, but I think it's prudent to still proceed with an appointment.
I appreciate it. I would have presumed and did that colleagues would have read that, but I appreciate the additional information you've provided. And you're still seconding? Thank you very much. We'll call the question.
Councillor Hillier?
I think Councillor Hillier should vote for this. I don't know.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thank you. Call point 8, appointment to the Committee of Adjustment, which requires one member at large. You'll see that what you have received in front of you were 3 background pieces of information for Hadley McAllister, Antonio Santiago, and Amanda Stratton. So with that, we'll put those names on the floor for your consideration. 1 to vote.
Closing the selection process, there is not a majority winner, so we will have a runoff. Oh, actually, Hadley McAllister received 4 votes. Antonio de Santiago received 7, and Amanda Stratton received 4. So we will do the runoff between Hadley McAllister and Amanda Stratton. And Antonio Santiago will be appointed. Oh, sorry. Yes, yes, there's only one to be appointed. Let me consult with the procedure with this one. Thank you.
Just bear with us, colleagues. We're getting there. Thank you. I'll turn it back to the clerk.
Thank you. Through the chair, the procedure that's been adopted by council addresses the resolution of a tie when it is the resolution of a tie for the recommended candidate. So in the case of a tie for the recommended candidate, we have a runoff. It does not address a tie for removing the candidates to drop off. So what the procedure says is that after the first round of counting, if after the first round of counting, one candidate does not receive an absolute majority of the available votes, the candidates who received the least amount of votes and those with 0 votes are removed from the slate, and the vote is held again until one candidate can be recommended for appointment. So what that would mean is that both of the candidates that received 4 votes would drop off, and we would have 1 left, even though it's not an absolute majority.
That means then, based on what we've been advised by the clerk, that we would put Mr. Santiago's name up for consideration. Councillor Turner?
Thanks, Your Worship. It sounds like a fair solution. The alternative would just be to put it to ballot again. I'd be willing to move my vote to support the candidate with the largest number right now, and that would put him into majority.
I'm not sure the procedure is there to do that, but let's just clarify with the clerk, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
That's correct, Your Worship. We would be looking now for a motion to appoint Mr. Santiago.
So with that, then, I'd look for a motion. Councillor Van Meerbergen, are you moving the motion? I see Councillor Turner seconding. Thank you very much. We'll call the question. Oh, sorry, before we do it, unless there's any questions about that, because that's, we always sometimes, we sometimes have different situations. I see none. We'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-1.
Thanks very much, colleagues. I'll now turn your item 4.9, the 4th and 5th reports of the Governance Working Group. I'll hand this now over to the Chair, Deputy Mayor Morgan.
Yes, colleagues, so I have the 4th and 5th reports of the Governance Working Group. I anticipate that there will be discussion on these matters. With colleagues' indulgence, I just wanted to provide some context. As you may have noticed, the committee has reduced in membership by 2, given the recent council vacancies, and so we're down to a committee of 4. And so we did work through the items that were tasked to the committee and felt it was advantageous to move some stuff forward to SPPC for consideration. And so you see a large part of our mandate coming forward tonight. I would suggest if anybody's thought is to refer something back with direction, it would also be great to have a couple more committee members to work with as well. So I think at this point I could present the reports separately. I believe there'll likely be some items that colleagues will want to pull out. And so I'd seek some guidance from colleagues on the items in the reports that you'd like to deal with separately so that I can craft some motions that have us proceed with the rest of them. So at this time, I'd look if the mayor could poll to see which items from the Governance Working Group reports colleagues would like to deal with separate.
So the Deputy Mayor's put the Governance Working Group report, the 4th report, on the floor. I'll ask if colleagues wish to have any items dealt with separately. Councillor Turner?
I get item 3.2 in the 4th report, specifically with respect to, just item 3.2.
Thank you. Any other items, colleagues? Councillor Cassidy.
3.1, please.
3.1. Anything else, colleagues? Councillor Hopkins?
Yes, I'd like to have confirmation on what report we're dealing with. Is it the fourth or the
It is,
fifth?
yes, Councillor Hopkins, it's the fourth report we're dealing with.
Okay.
So through the mayor, if I could provide some context. So on the fourth report, item 3.1 is the council members' expense policy. Colleagues would like that separate. 3.2 is the operation of municipal council, which includes the start times of council. So all that's really left there is us saying that we discussed the meeting schedule and the disclosures. So I think I've got the feedback on the fourth report I have to proceed with the motions.
So I would like 3.1.
Yeah, that's been pulled to be dealt with separately. Councillor Turner, did you have anything else? I wasn't sure if your hand was up.
I was just to say that 3.1 actually it was a referral into the subsequent meeting. So it was really just a directed report back to the working group. And then in the subsequent meeting, that's where they deal with the recommendations from that. So, but 3.2 is one that directs staff to make the changes. So, so I don't know if that's helpful. I think that's what Councillor Morgan was trying to say in his statement as well.
Yes, so that's what he was trying to clarify. Let me turn it back over to Councillor Deputy Mayor Morgan to move us through this, please.
So let me try putting a motion on the floor. So I'd like to put everything from the fourth report on, with the exception of 3.2, which includes the work on the expense account that we directed to the fifth report, which we'll deal with next. And that's pretty much it, aside from the thing being pulled out, which is the operations of municipal council, which is a decision point. So I'd like to put everything with the exception of 3.2 from the fourth report on the floor, which involves no decision making.
Do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Lewis? Comments or questions? Councillor
Homer? Just on item 3.1, I do want to point out that this is not how things are supposed to work. A working group, let alone a standing committee, can't be directing civic administration to take actions and come back, a week later with here's changes to the policies. I understand why people want it to be quick so they can have it at the very next meeting and still meet the same SPPC deadline. But it is possible that SPPC, having considered the recommendation from the working group, would say no thanks, and then civic administration would have done all this work for no reason. We're going to be talking about this anyway in the next report, so it's kind of neither here nor there. But you can imagine if this was on a much larger issue, how problematic that could be. That any group of 4 people would be like, okay, we would like you to go away and do this work in a matter of less than a week to come back and give us the changes. Because the nature of it, it's very small. I don't want to dwell on it too much, but it is really inappropriate.
It is also the privilege of members of this committee to reject this as they wish or deal with it in our fifth report. But I appreciate your point, Councillor Helmer. Thank you. Any other comments? So with that, we'll call the question.
Mr. Mayor? I'm not,
Go ahead.
so I'm looking at the motion and I'm confused.
Okay, just clarify then, please.
I wanted to pull the counselor expense account part separately. In particular, I don't agree with item A2. And how do I vote against that?
I'll ask the clerk to, just to clarify that as opposed to just sidebarring, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, the clause 3.1 of the fourth report is directing civic administration to report back at the November 15th governance working group meeting with respect to the matters that are outlined below. And that includes the part A2 that you have referenced. So it's not approving it in this, it's the referral to the next meeting.
Counselor?
Thank you for that clarification. And it actually supports some of the comments that Councillor Helmer made. So thank you.
Thank you.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 12-3.
Back over to the Deputy Mayor. I just want to, in case there is any confusion, we did have 4 council members present in the actual meeting, and we had 3 in remote attendance as well. So I just want to bring that to the attention of colleagues in case there was some confusion based on comments previously. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, there's 2 parts to 3.2 called the Operations of Municipal Council. The first part, A, is a direction to make necessary changes to facilitate council meetings starting at 1 p.m., beginning with the 2022 term of council. There's a B, which is civic administration be directed to report back to the governance working group with respect to recommendations related to the survey results that councillors filled out and other feedback related to the staff support model in the councillor's office specifically with respect to the themes of increased resources and more flexibility that were in the survey that members completed. So I might move those separately because I'm not sure if there's a difference of opinion, but I'll put 3.2A on the floor first, which is the meeting time for municipal council.
All right. So do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Fife Miller, thank you. Comments or questions, colleagues? We'll start this up. Councillor Turner, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. I recognize this is one of those ongoing things that Council loves to debate year after year. The meeting times of Council, there's a survey that was done. We didn't have a clear result. What's being put forward is one that is rather unworkable for a number of people on Council. Council is not designated as a full-time position. It's not designated as a part-time position. It's just designated as a position. Right? We're councillors. The challenge associated with daytime council meetings is that it becomes mutually exclusive for those who are working. We have about 20 to 24 council meetings a year, maybe a few less. But that's the equivalent of about 4 or 5 weeks of vacation time in order to accommodate for somebody who's working in the community. So I think as we try to figure out how to struggle through these options, I would ask Council to consider how we make it the most inclusive. If we want to make it a full-time job, then do that. But I think that's something that we haven't ever really been able to address yet. But that's something that has to be rectified through Council Compensation Committee. Once compensation reflects a full-time wage for those to be able to leave their full-time work and move into this position, then yeah, perhaps we could start considering that. And that's where you see things like Parliament and provincial Parliament and federal Parliament But I'm really concerned about the continued push for this, and it's kind of like by 1,000 cuts to get to this position, that we continue to advance the daytime meeting thing. I recognize some of the arguments in here. I recognize the arguments about staff time and about ability to participate. One of the things that's not being proposed here is changing public participation meeting times, which obviously seems to indicate that the people who are most able to participate in public participation meetings is in the evenings, because most people are working during the daytimes, like some councillors. I was a little offended by a comment in the media by Councillor Lewis about treating council like a side gig. I'd imagine he didn't mean it the way it came across, but it seemed rather pejorative towards those who are working full time. I would argue that, and I can only speak for myself, but I can certainly say for those who are working full time on council, I haven't seen anybody treat this as a side gig. I've seen every member of council treat this with their full heart and soul. So I urge you to reject this. I recognize it's to come into effect for the next term. I think it's weird that we would bind the next council term to something. The next council term could choose to reject it, but nonetheless, it's a weird recommendation into the future, and I think it's offside.
Thank you. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'll start by saying to Councillor Turner, certainly it wasn't intended to be pejorative, and so I appreciate that you didn't take it that way. As we all know, sometimes clips are taken with not the full explanation, and that's the nature of the beast. However, I am going to encourage colleagues to support this, and I am going to take a couple of the comments that Councillor Turner made and put the other lens on them. For somebody who perhaps a mom or dad, a parent who's got children in school, is it better for them to have the opportunity to participate in council during the day or after the kids are home from school when they need to make childcare arrangements to be here and fulfill their duties? I would argue that a daytime meeting is likely better for that individual. No matter when you set the meeting time, you're excluding people. People who work shift work in a factory, in our manufacturing sector, are always going to be excluded from this job because their shift changes every 2 weeks. They can't possibly adjust their other job to meet the schedules of this job. So there's always going to be people who are going to say, I can't do the job because the schedule doesn't work for me. And that is a choice that they will have to make for themselves and their families. And it's a choice that we've all made to prioritize being at council in our schedules. But we also knew before we put our names on a nomination paper what the calendar was. And that's why it's important to make this decision now, so that people who may choose to put their name on the ballot come May of next year will know what the expectation of the schedule is. I would argue it would actually be really, really unfair if we were making this change to take effect January 1st. Because members of this council have other obligations that they've juggled in their lives to meet based on the schedule that we knew we were signing up for when we put our names on a ballot. So one thing that is consistent, though, is we know that daytime operations will be a bit more respectful of our staff time. They won't have to be here until all hours of the night supporting us during a meeting, which is time that they do get in lieu later in most cases, but it's not the same when they have to be away from their families until 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night. And it's not just our senior leadership team. The clerks are here, the IT support staff are here. Security has to be here as well for when the galleries will eventually reopen and public participation can happen in person as well as remotely. This is a step. And I will share that the committee had a great deal of discussion, and there was some interest in suggesting all committees, all standing committees, move to daytime too. But the consensus was that was too much too fast, but that this was a reasonable step because there is no public participation meetings at council. There are no delegations at council. This is a rather small change, and Councillors already have daytime duties. 2 of our 4 standing committees meet during the day. Boards, agencies, and commissions have meetings at all times, evenings, mornings, daytime. So you have to be flexible in your schedule, really, to take on this job in a way that job duties are going to be shared as equally as they can be among all members of council. And I think that we would all, we're all willing to step up and do our part when we're asked. And we saw committee selections tonight that didn't have enough people, and other people put their hand up and said, I'll step forward and fill that role. But we're asked to be really, and Councillor Turner said we're not a full-time, we're not a part-time. He's right, the Council Compensation Task Force said we're a unique position. I don't want to speak for the rest of you, but for me, there's duties on the weekends, there's duties in the evenings, there's duties in the mornings, there's duties Monday to Friday, and there's duties when I'd rather be doing something else with my family sometimes. But that's what I signed up for, and I don't regret doing that.
30 seconds, Councillor.
But I do think that it's time for us to recognize that there are benefits to looking at this change and moving it forward for the next council. And certainly, to Councillor Turner's point, the next council may have this discussion again. But at least they'll know what they're coming into in the beginning of the next term.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I appreciate Councillor Turner's comments, and I don't know if it's so much by 1,000 cuts or just finally we're getting to a discussion about a daytime, because it's a discussion we haven't had at any committee. So here it is, and of course this is that incremental move that will make a difference to who decides to become a councillor, and it may mean that we have to look to the compensation task force to make some recommendations in addition to the one that they've been tasked with right now, which is just tell us what the latest median income is for working Londoners. And so that's all they're doing right now. But what I would ask is this question: is this a step forward for London City Council? And I think it is. I think there were, as has been seen in some of the evaluations and reports on other communities, we're the only one of our size that doesn't meet during the day. And for all the reasons that Councillor Lewis brought up, it's certainly a good idea for us to, at the very least, consider it. And so I think this is a move that takes us forward in the evolution of this council. And so I'll be supporting this. And I hope that others too, realizing this is for the next term. However, it will give those candidates a very good sense of what direction City Council is moving. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Thank you, Mayor. I think if we go ahead with this is a real blow to citizen politicians. That's a very healthy thing to have in a community, especially at the municipal level. When you have elected representatives who still have one foot in a non-governmental atmosphere, you can bring a far more realistic approach to well, frankly, to governing, to what comes forward at council meetings, because you're in it every day. You're in the reality of another workplace. And to me, that's very powerful. And I think we have to be very careful when you throw something like that out, because the fact of the matter is most Londoners work during the day. So right away, when they see that there's a 1 o'clock start time for council meetings, which can be very lengthy, there's half a day gone. There'd be many employers who may not allow that. I just think for so many reasons, and that's why the London model has persevered for so many years. To stop it now, as we perhaps slide towards a full-time, non-citizen politician, a full-time politician, I think is not healthy. I don't think that strengthens us. So I would be very careful about changing this system, which has proven to be a great strength for the London model.
Thank you. Other comments or questions, colleagues? Councillor Elmer.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, and perhaps it came up at the working group discussion, ask to the mayor to perhaps Ms. Livingston about the specific timing that's proposed and whether that works well for civic administration. I know you have many things to do during the day, and I wonder about 1 o'clock specifically, whether the idea of starting at 2 o'clock, for example, was discussed and might be better.
Ms. Livingston?
Through you, your worship, I do not believe there was a later time discussed other than the one, but I can be corrected about that. What I would have to offer is that there is an impact with either start time. So a start time during the day means that those of us that are attending meetings are not doing other things, other work that gets done currently during the day, and will have to be done at other points in time. So there is an impact either way for staff, particularly for senior leaders and those staff that have to attend. Well, we're speaking about council at this point, so it's largely an impact for your senior leadership team.
Councillor
Elmer? And just given that, I'm pretty mindful of the senior leadership team meetings that occur, and I just want to make sure that if we were to go ahead with the 1 o'clock time, that wouldn't be too big of a barrier, and we could work around that.
Ms. Livingston?
Thank you for the clarification. We are generally done our senior leadership meetings by that time of day, usually by noon.
Thank you. Councillor Elmer?
Okay, thanks. I just want to say for the specific recommendation about switching to 1 o'clock instead of 4 o'clock, I'm willing to support that. I think many other cities have their council meetings start first thing in the morning. You know, Calgary, Montreal, Mississauga, Toronto, Vancouver, Winnipeg, Brampton, Edmonton, Ottawa, they all meet in the morning, and their meetings go on sometimes for multiple days with a break in between, and they get through all the business of the city. And I think they've got a good governance model in those places, and they're doing great work. And I think it can be done having meetings for the council meetings specifically starting during the day. You know, we're talking about moving one meeting, which we happen, you know, maybe 17 or 18 of the mid-year ahead by 3 hours. So I don't want us to overstate the magnitude of the change. I don't think it's going to be overnight transformation in terms of the governance of the city, one way or the other. But I do think moving it up a bit earlier in the day means, especially in those situations where we have 6 or 7 hour meetings, we're not finishing them very late at night. And I've been involved in many of those meetings that have ended after 11 or at midnight, and that's not a good model. And there's lots of ways to avoid that, but one of them is starting earlier and taking more breaks as you're working throughout the day instead of push, and have a really long meeting that goes very late into the night. So I think moving it earlier is actually going to increase transparency. I think it's better for the media who are trying to cover it and meet deadlines that they're reporting on, so that more of the work of the council is done before, you know, the normal deadlines like the 6 o'clock news are finished. And so I can see some benefits from that too, that people would be a bit better informed if we're meeting a bit earlier and we're making our decisions a bit earlier in the day. So those are the kind of marginal improvements I could see happening. I understand the concerns of people who have jobs that are keeping them otherwise occupied in the afternoons. And I think that is a big challenge. You know, you got committee meetings, then you've got the council meetings, and you're trying to fit that into your schedule. I know many people who are in that situation on council, they're using up huge amounts of the vacation time that they're supposed to be using for rest and taking a break to come and then participate in these meetings during the day. And that is, I think, a very difficult situation to be in. Myself, I just gave up other work altogether because I couldn't manage that. And I have a lot of respect for people who are able to do two things well. I wasn't able to do that. The 1 month I did try to do that, and it just wasn't working. And so, I think shifting it forward a couple of hours, we'll have to keep an eye on it to see, is it accomplishing what we thought it would? Is we getting actual benefits? And we can't be stuck with, one meeting time and not be able to change it at all. So I think this one, just moving the council meeting times, is quite a reasonable change. I'll support it. And I think making it effective, far into the future is helpful, because people can plan around that and they can make their decisions about whether that works for them or not.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Councillor Pelosi.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would start with asking, how many daycare centers do you know that are open at 10 p.m. to pick up your children from? How many home daycares are open that late at night that they're not busy with their own children, have a place for your child to have a spot at their dinner table and a spot to sleep? Does your home have 2 caregivers? Were you the primary caregiver? My kids have went from a stay-at-home mom to an absentee one. On some nights, I was the primary caregiver. Now I get texts, or I hope to get texts, of what they're up to. I've had to get a home security system where I can see if they've actually made it home from school, because traditionally that was my role. When I talk about other women and talk to them about joining politics, I have to ask them, how big is your support network? How strong is it? How supportive is your partner to becoming the primary caregiver when you're not around? So for me, I did have a career and gave it up to take care of my kids. So for me, joining politics, I didn't have 1 foot in a non-governmental door. Usually it was 1 foot in the house door, the fridge door, the patio door. And it was hard to campaign when people asked you, what do you do for a living? And you would run off the whole list of things you do in the community. But some still only saw the value that they assigned to you based on your paycheck. So for me, when I'm looking at this item before us for consideration of moving to afternoon meetings that may or may not be done at 4, 5, and still might run into the evening, I do that with the full respect for my council colleagues that fill this chamber with me, realizing we all have different lived experiences and talents that we bring to the table and different things in our lives that we balance. But for me, I'll be supporting this change to a 1 o'clock start time for the 2020 term on council, hoping that it removes one more barrier to allowing more people to equally participate in municipal politics, because it is hard when you look at all the things that we give up, and so many of us around this chamber does give up things in order to serve our community. And sometimes if that impact of what we're giving up with our families and our children and those moments we're missing with them, if they could be one less and would allow someone else to have a seat around us, I will support it.
Thank you. Other comments? Councillor Hamou.
I just wanted to thank Elizabeth for that, and I echo her comments, but I also wanted to mention that, since Elizabeth is brave here and saying what she needs to say, that I personally don't like to be out that late, like after 9 p.m., 10 p.m., 11 p.m., especially if I have to walk to my car. Luckily, we have good parking here, but on my way home, right? So yeah, I think it goes along with removing barriers for women, because most women, I'd say, have thought about not wanting to walk alone at night and thinking about how to get home sometimes without worrying about what could happen out there. So yes, I would be supporting it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments, colleagues? Councillor Hopkins, please.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate all my colleagues' comments. And this is a difficult decision for me to make, especially after Councillor Pelosi's comments. I hear what she's saying. I believe in what she's saying. And the challenges of women in particular, I think that's more the concern about having council meetings at 4 as opposed to 1. But I would like to remind my colleagues here that we all have different situations. I've been around a long time. Things tend to change. They tend to come and go depending on how your family grows, how your own lifestyle, your own personal life evolves. And we're all very different. And that's how I view my job as a counselor. I almost find it's doing my own job to the best of my ability. And when I come in, understanding what the rules, code of conduct, all those things play a part of me deciding to run, and then having the support, especially as a woman, regardless if we meet at 1 o'clock or at 4 o'clock, support to be able to do this job is paramount. And I want us to get back to council meetings at 1 o'clock as opposed to 4 o'clock. And I will just start off where I was really open to being convinced that the survey that was done by us was really no clear result. So now I'm finding this is more who's going to push it further. And I don't think that's the right way to make decisions for this city. I understand large cities all do the daytime, afternoon time, but I have a lot of questions here. And this conversation, I've done this for 7 years, it's been an ongoing conversation. There's nothing new to this conversation that we're having here. I have concerns as we make changes here. Do we know what these consequences will be? We have committees like corporate, civic works that meet in the afternoon. Mondays and Tuesdays tend to be full of committee and council meetings. How that is going to extend into the week, I'd like to know that, because a big part of my other job is that I sit on board meetings or boards, commissions, the AMO board, other opportunities that allow us to do more committee work, more work for the city, may start to be, where's the day off, or where's the break? And I've got a lot of questions here, and I'm still not convinced that doing the 1 o'clock is the best way forward. And I would just like to say, I have done many meetings in the evening, especially if you are quite involved in the community. There's a lot of evening work, and in particular, we're speaking about council work, but I've always relied on my partner to be there. And I know if you've got a 2-parent home, sometimes those become a little bit more challenging. So it really just depends. And I'm just not convinced that going 1 o'clock is going to solve the problems. And I don't think it's a couple hours. We're moving it up to 1. It's more than 1 or 2 hours that we're moving it. Maybe if it was slightly 1 or 2 hours, it might be a different conversation for me. But right now, I would prefer just keeping it the way it is. And someone said it out there that maybe the next council can come in and have this debate again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your worship.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions, colleagues? Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm in the same boat as Councillor Hopkins. I've it's been 7 years that I've been working under this. I note it says specifically, council meetings, and those tend to be actually like not necessarily our longest meetings. It's generally SPPC. So there's no mention in the report that I can see of modifying the start time of SPPC, which is when we do lots of our talking and lots of our debate. Excuse me. I voted in the past in favor and spoken in favor of changing. And like Councillor Hopkins, I have the benefit of 7 years on this. I was also a stay-at-home mom after years and years as a working mom, and I made the decision, like Councillor Hopkins, to put my career on hold and be a stay-at-home mom. When we first started in 2014 on this council, we did not have a multi-year budget. We did a full budget every single year. And we started on council pretty much right into budget. I still have a video on my phone of the first night and that first term of council during the budget process that I was home before my youngest daughter's bedtime. And I have a video of her. I came into the house with my phone on video and her jumping up and down. She was so excited to see me home. It had been many days that I'd been working later. But having said all that, I would not say that right now, excuse me, that what we have is exclusively nighttime meetings or evening meetings. As Councillor Lewis pointed out, 2 of our standing committees meet during the day. When we do budget, we have daytime meetings. Many agencies, boards, and commissions meet during the day. And the benefit with that, what I would call this hybrid model, is for agencies, boards, and commissions, for standing committees, councillors can choose which schedule works best for them. I agree with Councillor Van Meerberg and others that have said it is beneficial to have people on this council with very different day-to-day experiences. We come to this council with diverse life experiences, diverse backgrounds, and that helps our decision-making. I don't think that takes away from our decision-making or makes our debate less important. I think it makes it more valuable and more important. One of the things that always made me think that all daytime meetings would be better was the idea of staff time, was the idea that staff are working into the evening or late at night to stay with us at these meetings, to advise us. And having heard from Ms. Livingston that's not going to change. If we have a daytime meeting, we require staff to be at the meeting, then they will have to find another time during the day to get their work done. They're not going to be working any fewer hours. The work has to get done, and we give a lot of work to our staff. We have high expectations from our staff. As I said, I kind of see what we have right now as a hybrid model. And I think right now this works for us. I'm very sensitive to the arguments that Councillor Pelosa made, because I started out, my youngest was 7 years old when I was first elected to council. I think also it may be a little bit of putting the cart before the horse. We are a growing city. There will be a time when, like Toronto, like Ottawa, like Edmonton, all cities that are 1 million or more people, there will be a time when London will need to adjust the way we do our governance to be more like those larger cities of 1 million or more people.
30 seconds, Councillor.
Thank you. But I think we will be excluding some people who absolutely cannot give up their second job to serve on city council. I agree with Councillor Lewis. At some point, people are going to be excluded from serving here. I think for now, I'm going to vote in favor of keeping things the way they are right now.
Thank you. Is there anyone that we haven't heard from for the first time who wishes to speak? Councillor Lewis. Oh, Councillor Lewis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to cycle back, and specifically, I heard Councillor Hopkins mention how this would affect, other standing committee meetings and the calendar, and that it didn't actually get directed through to the clerk. So through you to our staff, and I suspect that this is the clerk's to answer. Because we don't typically have standing committee meetings on council days to begin with, would this have any impact on the standing committee schedules?
Let's ask the clerk.
Thank you. Through the chair, when we bring forward the next meeting calendar for consideration, if this is approved, we will have the council meetings start at 1 p.m. But any other change would not be affected by that unless we have additional direction from council.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think maybe I just need to clarify that a little further. A 1 p.m. council start time, even if we were looking at today's calendar, does not conflict with any other standing committee meetings, correct?
Clerk.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Councillor Lewis. Excuse me.
Thank you. And the other thing that I wanted to circle back on that came up through the discussion here was something that we had a little bit of discussion on at governance working group as well. So through you to Ms. Livingston, could you envision an opportunity for some efficiencies when we, at some point, get back to in-person council meetings where senior leadership, rather than having to be in the room for the entire meeting, by having a daytime meeting, could come down from, and I'm not going to pick on anyone here, I'm just going to use this as an example to just help clarify my my point. So would there be an efficiency in having Ms. Scher, for example, be able to come down from the 10th floor to be here for Civic Works and perhaps planning, but then her being able to return to her other daytime duties during community and protective services where there might not be anything on the agenda that she needs to be available to answer questions for?
Ms. Livingston.
Mr. Chair, there are always opportunities for efficiencies. There's also the flow of council meetings when sometimes questions affect many members of the senior leadership team. So I can commit that we would look for efficiencies in the work that we do, regardless of the start time of the meeting. But I don't think I can commit to what those might look like based on the start time of the meeting.
Councillor Lewis.
That's very fair. I understand. I was asking you to speculate a little bit there, Ms. Livingston, and if you're not comfortable doing that, I completely understand why. That's it, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask those two follow-up questions.
Thank you. I have Councillor Turner next, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just a quick question. Has anybody asked staff? We've made a lot of suppositions about what they may or may not like, or may not be beneficial to them. But the survey that went out was to councillors. Do we have a sense from the civic administration what their preference is, and have we done a similar inquiry?
Not sure what they'll comment, but let's ask Ms. Livingston.
Mr. Chair, I'm unaware of a survey or a question going to staff about preference of or impacts, perhaps is a better way to discuss it, the start time of meetings. What I would like to emphasize is we will implement what council decides and work to support that as effectively as we can.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you. And that's a fair response from Ms. Livingston. It's ultimately the direction of council ends up being what staff have to execute, but it's not necessarily what's best for them, and or no, not necessarily what's best for the city. So I think it's important that if decisions like this are being made, that we ask all the stakeholders, and we haven't done that. So I think there's a big piece missing here. I really also, I'm just going to reiterate, this is being done in a very piecemeal fashion. If the intent is to try and do what is being spoken to here, is to try and make sure that that staff have more time to be able to do what they need to do, that council members can support the activities that they may have in the evenings. Then we need to do this in a more holistic approach, something that looks at all the factors rather than just the singular start time of one meeting. We just don't do this well, and we continue to make these same mistakes. If council is going to be a full-time thing, I think that's fine, but we need to do all the things that a full-time council is, not just move one meeting time. And we tried this. We fall on our face. We don't listen to the advice that are given to us by external committees. We always trip over each other as we go through this. Nobody ends up being happy. I think we really need to think about how we structure this rather than just one piece. And also, I think there's a fallacy that starting earlier means ending earlier. We start our 4 o'clock meetings, and sometimes we go till we fizzle out, and sometimes we find ourselves pushed up against that 11 o'clock deadline. And when we see that, sometimes we accelerate. But if we don't have that constraint on the termination time of a meeting, I could see us still going just as late as we do on a council meeting that starts at 4, even though we started at 1.
Thank you. I have Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to thank city clerks for responding to Councillor Lewis's questions following my questions around standing committees through the day and conflicts. And it's good to hear that there won't be any conflicts, but my concerns are more about the Monday, Tuesday that are designed for committee works, not extend over to Wednesday. And added to that, and following Councillor Turner's comments about further engagement with stakeholders, I sit on a board and committee that meets 9:30 and that meets at 1 o'clock. And how we cram all these meetings as a councillor, I guess it comes to I don't know how we're making it better somehow. And are we cramming in more committee meetings just to move up to 1 o'clock? I'm still not convinced, and I would suggest that we would have further consultation with stakeholders as well.
Thank you. I have Councillor Van Hulst next.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I appreciate the conversation from colleagues. And I'm just thrilled that we're starting to have a conversation about this, because it seemed like, as I said before, an issue that needed to be addressed. I did want to respond to something that Councillor Turner said, whereas, when it gets late, we accelerate. And I would suggest that maybe that acceleration is not a good thing. Do just rush things to get them over with. And I believe that for the most part, if we start earlier, we will end earlier. I think that's been the experience, certainly with SPPC meetings. So when we hold a budget meeting during the day, then we're usually finished much earlier than when we start at 4 p.m. So I do acknowledge that this is kind of a challenge. This is an incremental change instead of just a switch to an entirely daytime council, which would take a little more discussion and to figure out how to do it. So Councillor Hopkins brought up some of those issues. What about the other boards and commissions? I would point out that these are organizations that we own, and so if there was a need to switch those meetings, that could be that could happen. Many of those are creatures of our municipality. So there's definitely the possibility to have further discussions if this change is gone forward with. Then there's the possibility to look at some other things, as Councillor Cassidy suggested, that SPPC meetings might be likely candidates for an earlier start time as well. But there's another discussion to have. I do appreciate Councillor Lewis in making this motion at the governance working group, because it allows us to focus on just one thing. That is, a sensible change in any way, and there's a chance for us to see what the appetite is for that. I do think that there will be efficiencies. I do feel bad sometimes for staff when we have late meetings, and it seems that those have been very few and far between in this term, but the previous term it was not the case. But staff members waiting for hours and hours and hours and hours to get to the point where they will be answering the question that we need. And as Councillor Lewis suggested, it'd be much, I think, more efficient for them to have a sense of where the meeting is and come in when that's necessary. And there's been times when we've needed the advice of a staff member who wasn't at a meeting, and usually it's not long for us to be able to get a response from them. So it being during the day, that kind of thing could happen easily. Were it to be at night, where we were looking for the advice of someone who's not here, that's much more challenging. So here we are looking at this decision. I'm going to vote for it and kind of move things in this direction, but I've been pushing it that way for a long time. However, I respect other people's positions as well, and I am grateful that we're having the conversation, and certainly welcome anyone who hasn't had or taken the opportunity yet
30 seconds, Councillor.
to provide their input to please do so.
Thank you. I've learned that politics is the art of the never-ending story, but we've had 9 councillors who have spoken once, and I always want to give priority to those who haven't spoken already, but I have Councillor Cassidy on my list.
Thank you, Your
And
Worship.
sorry, Councillor Cassidy, it's my intention for colleagues to know that when 3.2A is dealt with, I will be looking to you to take a 15-minute break. I think it's fair for all of us to take a bio break at that time. Over to you, Councillor Cassidy, please.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to point out that one thing that we should be considering, because we talked about whether this will affect other standing committees, I will note that it is not uncommon that we have a special corporate services committee meeting before council for last minute items such as debenture issuance and things like that. So there are things that come up last minute that have to be dealt with at corporate services. And often it has taken place immediately before council, because then the decision has to go to council, and it is a decision that has to be made within a certain timeline. So it can't wait until the next council meeting. So I will point that out. There could be an effect there, and getting 5 people, or at least 3 for quorum, to have their schedules match up so that they can have this special meeting. Having a council meeting earlier in the day may affect when those kinds of things take place. So I just want to point that out.
Thanks very much. Any other comments from colleagues? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for all the colleagues who've weighed in. I think you can see why the governance working group made a recommendation and sent it back to SPPC. When you look at the survey results, there's some real divided opinion on this, and I would say, even myself personally, and I know this is for the next term of council, but like Councillor Pelosa, you kind of layer your own experiences onto the conditions and try to make the best judgments you can. And for me, it has gone both ways. In my first term, I remember using up all my vacation, like all of it, for council business because I sat on during the day standing committees, and that's what I used my vacation for. But I also, over the course of the years, I had a lot more kids, and my wife who's listening in with the kids at home said like, hey, don't forget to mention that there are 4 kids here who want to know if you're going to make it home in time to say goodnight. And so, for me, no matter which way we decide, there's consequences. Whether it's the amount of vacation I use during the day, or whether it's maybe the opportunity with a 1 o'clock start to see the kids before bed. Maybe not if the meeting goes past that, but this is a very tough decision. Many municipalities do it different ways because what is right, there is no right answer. No matter how much we ask, no matter how much we consult, there are consequences no matter when we place the meetings. I think what the committee, in reflecting on the discussion that we had there, what the committee tried to do was say, public participation is really important. Let's not be disruptive to the formal public participation meetings and the ability of those to engage in standing committees as they are currently constituted. Council, the public can watch, but that's not a point where we allow for public engagement at the meeting. And so given now, and even since my first term on council at the very start, now everything is recorded. You can watch it a couple of hours later. You can review all of the public discussions. Council moving up a little bit seemed like a reasonable step to make to see how it goes. Again, there will be certainly consequences to that, but I think what the committee tried to do was put something before colleagues for consideration to have the debate tonight that we're having, which is this is not a decision a 4-member committee is going to be capable of making given the diversity of opinion and viewpoints around the table. And it certainly requires all of council to weigh in on it, as does a number of the other items on the governance agenda. So I think I'm inclined to support this 3-hour shift of council meetings for the next term of council, and that next term of council will decide whether we made a good decision or not, and we may not actually know all of the consequences of it until it's implemented. So certainly a tough decision, but I really appreciate everybody's thoughts tonight. It's been a valuable, provided a lot of valuable insight into the way everybody perceives this.
Thank you. Councillor Hillier.
Thank you. Well, this conversation's been going on. I appreciate it. And I really appreciate Councillor Hamou and Elizabeth's input on being a parent in this situation, and Josh Morgan as well. It's difficult. Sorry, I missed Councillor Cassidy as well. My fault. I'm looking at this and I went back. It sounds unusual. I'm thinking back to the last council and when I was running for office, and I was at every single council meeting in the rafters, filming live, and I'm looking at the end dates of those meetings. We're talking after 11. We finished after 12 one night. I remember Councillor Squire literally wanting to leave because it was that late. And how is that effective? I personally feel this move to 1 o'clock will be a very positive change for everybody.
Thank you very much. I still see your hand up, Councillor Hillier. Are you still commenting? Okay, thank you. Any other comments, colleagues, before we go to the vote? Just to be clear, we are voting on 3.2a relating to the starting time of council meetings. So with that, we'll call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 11-4.
So colleagues, I know we still have 3.2b, Operations of Municipal Council item of the 4th report of the Governance Working Group, but I think we've, in that same spirit of talking about being a little late and a little long, we normally at around 6:30 take a break, so I'd like to propose a 15-minute break, which means that we would presume to return at 7:35. So with that, and that's a couple of minutes to the good. So with that, I'll look for a motion to postpone or to take a break. Thank you, Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Van Holst and Councillor Plaza. So with that, let's do a show of hands if we can. All those in favor? Clerk?
That motion's passed.
See you at 7:35. Thanks. Colleagues, could I get screens on, please, if you're on Zoom? Councillor Salih, can I get a verbal, please?
Present.
Councillor Pelosi? Thank you. Clerk?
We have quorum.
Thank you. I'll return it now back to the Deputy Mayor.
So the next item under 3.2 is 3.2B, which is a direction to civic administration to report back to the governance working group with respect to the related survey results and other feedback related to the staff support model in the counselor's office in terms of the themes of increased resources and more flexibility in support duties. I'm happy to put that on the floor, and I can provide some context from the committee discussion.
Thank you. Put that on the floor. Do you have a seconder? I see Councillor Fife Miller. Thank you. Comments, questions, colleagues? Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I'll just provide some context. If you read the survey results, you'll see that there was this was something that was seen as something we need to dig further into through a discussion of the committee as well as with civic administration. It was thought that we could have civic administration pull all of the themes and comments out of the survey and then report back to the governance working group with a consolidation of those thoughts as well as some proposed possible changes to the support models for the working group's consideration. So that's what we're suggesting be done as the process. So it's in the hands of SPPC now.
Comments or questions, colleagues? I see none. Let's call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 15-0.
Deputy Mayor.
Report of governance working group. There's two items that I will deal with separately given what colleagues have discussed already. I'm going to do item 3.1 and item 4.1 separately, and I'll kind of catch all of the other clauses that were just parts of the meeting after that. So item 3.1 I'm willing to put on the floor. That is the advisory committee review final report with a series of directions coming out of the committee that you can see in A, B, C, and D. So I'm happy to move that, and I'll let the discussion start.
Thank you. 3.1, A through D, comments or questions? Councillor Hammer?
Thank you. I'm not sure if this is a question for Deputy Mayor Morgan or perhaps for staff, but I wonder if we can get an overview of the changes that are happening if we were to go ahead with the recommendation, which of the advisory committees would cease to exist, which ones are getting combined into new committees, so we can just get a sense of what's going on, because the way the report is written, you've got a long list of mandates, and it may not be easy to see what's no longer happening.
Thank you. I'll just look to either the Deputy Mayor or the clerk to respond to the question in just a moment. I think I'm going to start with the Deputy Mayor and then perhaps if need be, give it to the clerk for any other additional clarification, or back to you, Councillor Helmer, if there are other comments or questions. Go ahead, please.
Yes, sorry, I was just leaning over to the clerk to seeing which parts I would do and which parts she would want to weigh into, because obviously there was a lot of background work through the process that involved both drafts as well as engagements and feedback from the committee members, as well as other outside groups and agencies like the Urban League, LDI. They all participated in some of the discussions through their feedback. What we have before us is a series of directions that would essentially approve for enactment the new terms of reference for the advisory committees that are listed and attached to the report. If those were enacted, my understanding of the next steps, which the clerk can confirm, is that then they would move forward with populating those committees for the end of the current terms, which end at the end of December this year. And so those new committees with the new terms of reference would be constituted for the 2022 year. There was also a direction within that to pause the implementation of several committees: the Ecological Community Advisory Committee, the Environmental Stewardship and Action Advisory Committee, and the Integrated Transportation Committee Advisory Committee, because of other directions that were given by other committees of council to form similar, if not potentially overlapping, committees related to the Mobility Master Plan and the Climate Emergency Action Plan Task Force. And this is where I'm going to rely on the clerk on the next steps, because it would be through their recommendation, but those committees would be paused until such time as the mandates for those parallel committees could be developed, sorting out the overlap, and then either activating the terms of reference and populating the committees if there wasn't overlap, or allowing the other committees to do work. This is the point at which sending it to SBPC allows for colleagues to provide a little more direction on whether you want to go with this report. This was something that was recommended by the clerks. The members of the governance working group thought that we were willing to forward that to this body for discussion. And I think Ms. Westlake Power could comment further on what this would look like, the process that it would look like to determine the overlap of the committees. So maybe I could turn it over to her to add some context on that.
Let's go to the clerk and see if there's additional comments that are helpful.
Thank you, through the chair. The chair of the governance working group has articulated that fairly well, I would suggest. I don't have a great deal to add, except to indicate that were it to be realized potentially by the civic administration that there was a gap that needed to be addressed, and those committees needed to be populated with prior to the completion of those separate task forces, that we would act on that.
Councillor Hummer.
Thanks. Maybe I'll just be a little bit more specific in my question. I appreciate the answers. So it appears to me from reading the report that the Environment and the Trees and Forests Committee are being combined into the Environmental Stewardship and Action Advisory Committee. The Cycling and Transportation Committees are being combined into Integrated Transportation. Agriculture and Heritage are being combined into the Planning Advisory Committee. Safety and Crime Prevention is no longer going to exist, and housing is no longer going to exist. The rest are going to continue on with some minor changes. Is that accurate? I just want to understand exactly what's happening here, because it's a pretty dramatic reduction in the number of advisory committees.
I'll take that back to the clerk.
Actually, I can answer that one. That's exactly what is proposed.
Sorry, I guess it's the deputy mayor. Excuse
Yes.
me, go ahead.
Yes, Councillor Helmer's articulation of the committee combinations is accurate.
Councillor Hummer.
Okay, so I think that's it for me for questions. And I know that this is in a very long process. And so what I'm going to say is certainly coming from that, I want to recognize that first of all. And I appreciate the works that the clerks in particular have been carrying this file for many, many years. I'm sure they would have liked to see the back end of this project a while ago. But I was just reflecting on what Mr. Hill said earlier today in our meeting. And I have some concerns about the changes that we're proposing to make to the advisory committees. I know that in the past, the governance working group had suggested, we took the sort of draft initial stuff that the clerks had brought forward, and I think very wisely circulated that to the advisory committee members themselves to get their take and their feedback on it. I think that surfaced a lot of good feedback. I think that having one more discussion on these changes before we actually decide what to do would be wise. And what I would suggest is, instead of having the clerks consulting people and then reporting on that consultation, given the amount of work that's been done, the consultation that's already happened, that perhaps what would be more helpful is inviting the members of the advisory committees, either the chairs of the committees or just an open invitation to everybody, to come to a governance working group meeting to hash out and to hear from people directly what they think about these proposed changes. I guess my hope in the initial work on the advisory committees was not that we would just result in, combining some things and renaming them and having essentially very similar kind of advisory committees, but with slightly broader mandates and a little bit more flexible appointment things. I think some of those things are improvements, but we haven't, I think, really dealt with some of the issues that the advisory committee members themselves have identified as barriers to, being really effective, finding really great meaningful work in what they're doing as volunteers. And I think that we haven't quite landed it. And so we might combine them and simplify them and cut down the number of meetings and have fewer committees. And I guess if efficiency was the overriding objective, I could see how that would be very appealing. I'm concerned that we're frankly overloading some of these committees with a mandate that's too big, and that we're reducing the number of opportunities for people to serve on as advisory committees quite substantially. And I know that there's a lot of cross appointments and those kind of things, so it's not as though it's all unique people, but I'm not totally sold on these changes. I think based on what I heard from Mr. Hill today about, really listening to what people are saying and taking the time that is required, that having some kind of discussion, in-person discussion or Zoom facilitated discussion would be very smart. So I'm going to move a referral of all these recommendations to a governance working group meeting, which I certainly will resolve to attend. I've stopped attending them, and I think I'm going to have to make an exception for this one, and see about inviting the members of the advisory committees to come and to talk about some of their concerns, and we can try and land. If we end up in the same place, so be it. But if we ended up in a different place, I think we can make some improvements. I'll see if there's any kind of support for that, to save my comments for my specific concerns, I think, if the referral doesn't go through.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for that? I see Councillor Turner. For the benefit of all, a referral takes precedence over the motion originally proposed. So we'll start a speakers list on the referral. I have Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you to our staff, I think on the referral, this question has to be asked and the answer on the floor to take into consideration a referral. Through you, could our clerks indicate how long this review process has been underway in this current iteration, and how many rounds of consultation with the advisory committees have happened during that time?
Clerk, do you want to take a stab at that?
Thank you. Through the chair, in this term of council, this predates this term of council, but I would suggest to you that this review started in earnest in 2018.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you. And how many consultations with the existing advisory committees have been, or how many rounds of consultation? I guess I'll ask rather than individual advisory committees. How many rounds of consultation have we had?
I'll take that back to the clerk.
Thank you. Through the chair, prior to the current term, there was some more extensive external consultation where we held a few workshops and invited the public to get feedback about advisory committees in general and what barriers may exist to prevent people from participating and so on. And I think we've been back with 2 fulsome rounds with the current advisory committees with proposals for their input.
Councilor Lewis?
Thank you. So with that answer, I'm going to say I'm not supportive of referring this back yet again. This started before this term of council. We've heard that there was a large external and then 2 fulsome internal discussions with advisory committees and consultations. There's actually pages and pages of input from the advisory committees, both from on this current agenda in one of the appendixes, as well as on previous governance working groups agendas. And I say this with all due respect, the advisory committees themselves don't agree on what the structure and format should look like. There is a wide range of opinions even amongst them. And I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. This has been outstanding for so long. And one thing that I think there is a consensus on is that what we have isn't working. And we heard that from Mr. Hill tonight too. So this is a step forward. The current terms are expiring at the end of December. Yes, we can extend them, but it makes much more sense to get a new structure in place for those that are ready to go in time for the new year and to let people move forward. This won't be the end of the discussion either. And certainly, I heard what Mr. Hill was saying tonight as well about some of the formalities and structure of the system. This doesn't preclude further alterations in the future, but what it does do, I think, is move forward in a positive way in terms of keeping like with like and having those mandates. So I don't want to support the referral. I'd like to get on to the debate about what these committees are going to look like and start making some decisions after what's been now 3+ years of this council and the council before.
Thank you. Councilor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and I will be supporting this referral, and for a number of reasons. In fact, I would have supported it going to the Committee of the Whole, not to the Governance Working Group, but I'm okay if it's going back there. I'll have to make sure I'm there. I'm hoping it will be live streamed as well. I think it is important that we as a council hear from the advisory groups their concerns. One thing that I got that my biggest takeaway from Mr. Hill's very thoughtful comments was that we need to be trusted. We need to be trusted. And the more we can consult and communicate, and I think it has been challenging through this pandemic, we need to have a better understanding when we make these changes, because I've got a couple questions. The 2 big advisory groups that are on pause are transportation and the environment. I'm not even sure where that's going to go. I heard here tonight that advisory groups will terminate at the end of this year. What happens next year? There's a number of questions that still remain to me, but the biggest thing is that we need to be trusted, and this is one step forward. So I will be supporting the referral.
Thank you. Councilor Van Holst.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't think the referral is necessarily a bad idea. I'm disappointed with the timing of it in this conversation, because we did, as a committee, send this to SPPC, or as a working group, we sent it here so that we could have some discussion. And by jumping right to referral, we don't have the benefit of the input of even the council. So the council members. So I'm going to say why I might think the referral is an okay idea and why it might not be, based and present some of my my opinions there. Certainly, I think there's a couple things that might need to be looked at. The idea of combining heritage and agriculture. There was the concern that, for instance, the agriculture might be harder to get people involved if they're going to be talking about things that are far outside their area of expertise or even interest. And so there's something I thought we need to discuss. So perhaps that's a reason to push this back. One thing I did like was that we were going to put some committees on hold in order to have the committees that are actually doing work move ahead. And I think that's really important because the most fulfilling job, I think, for an advisory committee is to actually be working on something that we need information on. So those things are going to be very relevant, and they're tied in with what would be happening anyway. So that's a great idea. That's a reason to just say, hey, let's move forward with this and not vote for the referral. So again, I hope that perhaps some other colleagues would provide some input along those lines, because that's what would help the committee. I'd also say that really it's almost an experiment what we're doing. It's always government's almost always an experiment. We just do our best, and I think it's better that we move forward than talk more about what's the best approach, because as was pointed out, it's hard to come to that agreement. And I see this as an evolutionary process. We can try something. If it doesn't work, we can always change it. But having tried something, we actually learn. By talking, we don't necessarily learn much at all. So I'm happy moving forward, but I do think there's some considerations that need to be made and some changes possibly to the plan. So there's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lehman.
Thank you, Chair. I won't speak to the main motion at this point, but I will speak to the referral. Has been clearly pointed out, this process has been going on for a number of years, and the most recent task taken on by the governance group has been very thorough, in my opinion, and with plenty of input from all parties. I don't see what more I'm going to learn by having a delay and asking for more input, because I think it'll be the same thing that I've heard to this point now. So I will not be supporting this referral.
Thank you. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Your Worship. I seconded the referral because I support it, but also because I have some general concerns. I think we heard Mr. Hill earlier today talk about how our institutions are constructed and how engagement occurs. The ability to have, and we did this at the beginning of the term when we, I tried rather unsuccessfully to see if we could just have a conversation about rapid transit. Us moving into Robert's rules on everything doesn't allow us to propose structures, to build alternatives. What they do is they just pit us in an adversarial way. This is right or this is wrong, let's vote on it. And we don't build anything and say, okay, you know what, I like these elements here. What if we keep these ones? But what if we modify this one? And what if we do this over here? So we instead put forward a construct that tries to capture some of the things that people hear, and then either you like that or you don't. And that's not constructive. It's probably the worst way of building something. The idea that Councillor Helmer is putting forward, let's bring this back to governance working group. I'd say if you did that, put people in a room, suspend Robert's rules for a little bit, and have a roll up your sleeves session and talk about what works, what's good in here, and what's not workable. There are some good elements in what's being proposed. And there's some bad ones too. And there are things that make it rather unworkable and unsupportable. And if all that's being put forward is this construct, I'm against it. And I have to vote no, rather than capturing the elements of it that are good. So I know that that there has been consultation, but not in the way that's constructive. Not to get everybody in a room and say, you know, what are your concerns about the way this is being proposed here? What can we do as an alternative? And that's a constructive process. This is not. This is divisive, and I think at the end of the day, my big concern is that it's less input. Right? These are ways for people to be able to be engaged in the issues of the day that are involved with council, but consolidating and providing fewer people on those presents less input to us. And I don't know that's how we come to better decisions. So I urge you to support the referral.
Any other comments from colleagues? I recognize Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will also support the referral. You know, it's interesting to hear council members talk about how long this has been going on. We did set this in motion on the last term of council, and there were multiple reasons why. There was identified there was some overlap, and it feels like perhaps that might have been the only thing addressed in this, in what we have before us now, the idea of the overlap. But there were other issues that came out throughout that last term of council, and some of the issues were articulated tonight by Mr. Hill. And there was this sense that advisory committees felt, members of advisory committees, many of them had served on their advisory committee for decades, and really believed in the work they were doing. Community safety and crime prevention was one committee. Many of those members had been there for 20 years. And they did some really good work, and they worked with London Police. They worked with the school boards, and they did some really good things for our community, some different awards like for kids to make posters and things like that for around bike helmets and bike safety. Some really good work was done by that committee, but there was a common theme that came out during our previous term of council, and it was the idea that advisory committees felt like they weren't being listened to. And that is not to say that they thought that council should do every single thing that each advisory committee told us to do. So we want you to make this change, and council, go ahead and make that change. That was not where they were coming from. And so all of that sort of melded together into this review process. And I think when we talk about the feedback that's been gained, it is being that sort of one way sort of dry feedback in a survey or a written word. And the idea that Councillor Helmer has put forward here is more along the lines of a PPM. And I like that idea of hearing from the people that do the work of these advisory committees. The way Mr. Hill tonight told us what he's looking for, what he needs from us. And I think it would be very wrong after that submission for us to just go ahead and accept this and move forward with this. I do think that there is value in an added step here, and that's why I will support the referral.
Thank you. Any other comments with respect to the referral? Councillor Lewis?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to circle back once more on this because I think there are two different conversations going on here again. And so I know I'm going to have to, I want to focus on the referral, but we've had colleagues really engaging in debate on the main motion already and talking about reduced input and people's ability to participate and folks being on a committee for 20 years, which actually I think is a sign of an unhealthy system, not a healthy one, because it doesn't allow for new opportunities and new voices to participate in these committees. But these are not the end all be all of public engagement through our Get Involved forums, through our own interactions. In fact, I would argue for all 15 members of this horseshoe, and not just the councillors, but the mayor as well. The most important community engagement that happens is through us with our constituents on a regular basis. But there is nothing in terms of what I've heard from Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Helmer in terms of more of a PPM about structural changes in terms of, you know, not having Robert's rules necessarily in place. None of that is precluded by going ahead tonight on making a decision about whether these are the advisory committees we want to constitute next year. That is certainly something that could be dealt with as a separate motion to governance working group, or even to committee of the whole for a PPM at a future SPPC, where people may want to raise concerns about the formalities and the structure and the barriers to participating in these particular committees. We actually had some very good feedback about the desire from people on the Accessibility Advisory Committee to want to continue to be able to participate virtually, which was a barrier that they had identified. That conversation can continue. It's not dismissing what we heard earlier tonight, that the system is set up a certain way. If we refer this back, I mean, what we are essentially doing is saying the advisory committees are going to continue as the status quo for an indeterminate length of time, because it won't be one consultation. It will then be, oh, now we need to look at, are we going to change the terms of reference so that we're not going to use Robert's rules? We're going to use a different system of engagement. There will be many more steps involved for our staff to come back with another recommendation if we start pulling those things apart. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't perhaps be open to pulling those things apart, but not tying the process of what advisory committees are going to be existing next year and doing work that needs to be done while that conversation happens. I think we should constitute the advisory committees. I think we should defeat the referral, constitute the advisory committees as recommended. But certainly I'd be open to a future PPM or some other form of engagement where we discuss not which advisory committees exist, but how they function in terms of their engagement. But I do want to come back to one last point that I'm going to make, is that, well, and this is where I will disagree with Councillor Cassidy. I think that many times when the advisory committees say you're not listening to us, what they're really saying is you didn't do what we wanted. And I respectfully, that's the role of council. We're the elected officials at the end of the day, and we do have to make those decisions. And sometimes we're going to support what the advisory committees say, and sometimes we're not. And we face the same thing when we lobby the province or the feds and say we really would like you to do this. And sometimes they listen to us, and sometimes they don't. I think there's room for both making a change today, as well as having a future conversation, but I don't think the referral is that way. I think the referral is actually just going to push this issue off to the next term of council before any decisions are made.
Thank you. I'll recognize Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Worship. And I agree with Councillor Lewis here. So although I said there was reasons to refer and not refer, I think in this case, really, the concerns presented by Mr. Hill are how the committee runs, not which committees are there. And that's certainly our decision. And it was a good recommendation from the committee. So I think we can move forward with that step and then work on that engagement on how the committees work at a later point. But we'll actually have made some progress today by doing that. And There's nothing to say that in the future that will change, but I think these are good recommendations. We're not having people involved in an advisory committee where we don't anticipate needing their advice, which is, it's not preventing input, it's just wasting people's time. So I think we've done a good job by doing a little culling, a little combining, and then also making sure that we've got the people with certain expertise actually working on the things that we need to move forward. And that's going to give them an experience that's fulfilling. And it's, I hope, going to have them show up, because that was a big problem with our committees in the past. Recall is that we would get a report that said there was no quorum and there wasn't that interest. So what we're doing now is trying to solve that by adjusting the number and compositions of the committees. So I'll vote for that. I'll vote against the referral and for moving forward with this. And of course, after the referral debate, we may have some more debate on the actual ideas. I look forward to that too. Thank you.
Thank you again, colleagues. I'll just remind you as chair, sometimes it gets a little bit challenging to determine whether we're talking to the referral or the main motion, but I'm going to remind us that, again, we're going to talk to the referral. I'll call on Councillor Fife Miller, please. Sorry, Councillor Helmer, did you have a comment on that? I thought I was doing okay.
Just getting on the list.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Fife Miller.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, and maybe this is a question for the chair or for staff. When I read this report, one of the things, and again, recognizing that I have been here for a little over a month, I read through the terms of reference of these a few times, and I actually liked the terms of reference that I read, but when I listened to the conversation tonight, there's two things I'm taking from the conversation tonight. I hear one side basically saying there hasn't been enough engagement, and I hear one group saying there has been a great deal of engagement, and I think I'm trying to narrow down which it is at the end of the day. In fairness, I know there's councillors who have been around for 2 terms, there's councillors who have been around for 1. So I don't know if that's an unfair question to the chair, but I'd like to know, in your opinion, has there been adequate engagement with the committees to get us to the point that we are at today?
Well, the good news is he's talking to the governance working group chair, not to the chair of the SPPC. Go ahead, please, Deputy Mayor.
To the councillor through the chair, I'm not going to suggest something is an adequate level of engagement or not, because I think that there can be differences of opinion on that. What I can tell you is the process that we've followed is there have been multiple points at which the committee has paused the process to go back to the advisory committees for thoughts and input. At one point, we decided it would be best to produce a draft to go back and get thoughts and input on. And we are at a point in the process where a number of those things have happened. And what I hear today is some colleagues suggesting another round of engagement and input, and some colleagues saying, let's make a decision on what we have before us and continue the input on kind of the next phases. And I don't know if it would be helpful, but the chair or the clerk can articulate. There are some components to this that are not complete yet, related to the population and the term of the advisory committees that is not before this group tonight. But there are other components of the advisory committee review that are still outstanding, and I know our clerk could outline those probably more clearly than I can, because they haven't come before us yet for decision, but this is a step in the process. If I could ask the chair if the clerk can make some comments on the next steps, I think that would be helpful too.
Let's see if the clerk would like to. Clerk?
Thank you. Through the chair, I will provide the information that I can. So this, one of the things that we tried to undertake with this review early on, and I'm looking at the report was titled Interim Report Number 3, which went in November of 2020. What we were trying to establish based on the council direction is where were the areas where council wanted to have input from the community. We've been through a few iterations which addressed perhaps expert panels and engagement tables, and we've put together a few different options for consideration. And where we've landed with the council direction that we've been working under is basically what we affectionately referred to as modified status quo. So it was trying to accomplish what our direction was to find efficiencies and eliminate overlap and increase opportunities for engagement. And there wasn't any firm direction to change gears on specific areas of engagement. And so this is how it has evolved. So I hope that's helpful.
Councillor Fife-Miller.
Thank you. I find that helpful.
Thank you. Councillor Elmer.
Thank you. I just wanted to try one more time to convince people to do something that we haven't done so far, which is invite the members of the advisory committee to come talk about the changes that are being proposed to the advisory committees at the working group itself. And certainly there has been a lot of consultation, and I'm not really sure that there's anybody who wants this advisory committee review to be done more than I do. It's been ongoing for a very long time, and I am very reluctant with this particular file to delay things. However, I was listening very carefully to what Mr. Hill said tonight, and a couple of things that he said, I'm not sure that they fully resonated with everybody. They certainly resonated with me. One was we really need to build trust. And for me, that means we have to take our time and make sure we're bringing people along with the changes that we're making. So, I mean, if you're really dead set that combining the committees this way and making these changes is what needs to happen, and that it's so urgent that we can't have another discussion about it, I guess don't support the referral and just say, I'd like to cut the number of advisory committees. I'd like to reduce the number of people who are on the advisory committees by half. And I don't need to hear from anybody else, and certainly not talk about it with anybody who's on the advisory committees in a governance working group setting. You know, if that's the case, I guess don't support the referral. That's what I've heard from some people. But if you are convinced that this is a good thing to do, there might still be value in just talking it out with people a bit longer. And I'm not suggesting, I would never suggest that it's something that we push into the next term of council. That is the straw man argument designed to undermine support for referral. Just deal with it at your next meeting. We had 2 meetings in the span of a week at Governance Working Group. The chair and the members seem to be very nimble in terms of mobilizing themselves to have meetings. And I'm sure we can have a meeting in short order when the advisory committee members can be invited to come. And if they come and there's productive discussion that comes up with some better ideas, we can improve what's in front of us. If there's no changes, there still might be a productive discussion that's helpful for the other parts of the review, the general policy around the advisory committee, the general terms of reference. A lot of the issues that Mr. Hill was talking about were identified. They're really things that affect all the advisory committees and not just the one. But I will say, in terms of why should we talk it out a bit more, on page 7 of the report that went to the governance working group, there are a number of points raised by consultation with advisory committee members which are not resolved in what's in front of us. So there's feedback from civic administration that says we should combine committees, there'll be some efficiencies. That's definitely being done in the recommendation. Term limits are required and need to be adhered to make sure new people can participate. So that could be also dealt with in the general policy. Then there's a whole bunch of very specific feedback from the advisory committees, which are not being acted on. So it's one thing to say we consulted people, but then we're not doing anything about those things that they're raising with this particular rounds of changes. So I just think that the talking part is what is needed, not the, have administration go and mediate between. I think what we need to have now is a discussion with councillors and the advisory committee members in the same room, virtual room, to really hash it out. And I think that there's some positive that can come out of that. I guess if you're not convinced by any of that, what do you really have to, what's the harm in waiting a little bit longer? You could do the same thing a month and a half from now. And it's a really big loss.
Thank you. Councillor Van Holst, I know I'm being very respectful, colleagues, because this is on the referral. We're not debating the main motion. Councillor Van Holst and several other colleagues have spoken twice, so if this is new, I'm not going to limit debate. I just want to either hear new voices or I'll refer it back to you, Councillor Van Holst. But again, please, on the referral only.
Okay, thank you. This is a question through you, perhaps to our staff, and that's in terms of this meeting, the suggested meeting where we're having a dialogue. Is that something that the governance working group can ask for itself, or is it something that has to be done through the SPPC? Because although I do agree it's having a discussion is a good idea, I don't think this discussion, the discussion about these particular recommendations would be that fruitful. So I want to know how we can get to a discussion where it's not this one, and so perhaps you could provide direction.
Let's see if we can get some direction, then I'll take this back to the clerk or to the chair of governance working group. Perhaps you might provide some insight.
So I think that the chair may have some additional comments, but procedurally, it could be accomplished either way. The governance working group could undertake that as they choose to, or it could be the direction of the SPPC for them to undertake that.
Councillor Van Holst.
Okay, well, thank you, Your Worship. And so for that reason, I think I'll vote against the referral. And then at our next governance working group, discuss how we can have direct engagement with the committee, advisory committee members.
Thank you. Councillor Hillier.
Thank you. Yes, just a few comments. The biggest one being I've heard many members of council tonight use Mr. Hill as an example for supporting this. And he was here very passionately for the Diversity, Inclusion, and Anti-Oppression Advisory Committee. I do not see this listed as something that's being cut, and we're using his words to, is he supporting the Integrated Transportation Community Advisory? I don't believe so. And I would appreciate if council would not use this gentleman's words the way they are. It's not appropriate. He did not influence anything else. He's talking about one committee, and I feel his frustration. I'm very upset about this. You have no idea. Please choose your words more carefully.
Well, if I may, Councillor Hillier, thank you, but I think we're talking about the sense of direction for input and feeling not part of the process. I think that's how I interpreted the information that was relayed by council members regarding Mr. Hill's comments. Did you wish to clarify as well, Councillor Helmer?
Absolutely, and I'm not going to be spoken to like that by Councillor Hillier for 1 second. Mr. Hill said the policies and practices at the advisory committee, he was talking about diversity, inclusion, and advisory committee, are oppressive. In the report on this issue that went to the governance working group, there's feedback from the advisory committee that says strict policies and procedures are oppressive. Policies are barriers. He is reinforcing feedback provided on this exact issue in person at our committee meeting tonight. That's what I'm talking about. So don't tell me he didn't say what he said. Yes, he's here talking about the DIAC committee. That's the one he's a member of. Yes, there are probably some specific issues that are very specific to that committee that we can deal with. But what I'm saying is he said, take your time, listen to what we're saying, I'm talking about having a referral for that exact reason. That's why I'm mentioning what he said. I thought about it from when he said that hours ago until now. What should we do with that? How am I going to act on what he said? Don't sit there and lecture me about what I can talk about what he said or not at a meeting.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, colleagues, this really has to calm down now, all of us, all right? We're talking to the referral. We're going to have thoughtful respect and dialogue amongst each other. So is there anything else on the referral that we have not heard that would be of use to this discussion? Otherwise, we will vote. I see none. On the referral, we vote. Go ahead, clerk, do you want to clarify what it is we're voting on? Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd just like to read this before we open the vote. And the referral reads as follows: that consideration of clause 3.1 of the 5th report of the governance working group related to the advisory committee review final report be referred to a future meeting of the governance working group in order to invite members of the current advisory committees to have a discussion with the GWG with respect to this matter.
Thank you. So with that, unless there's any question about what it is we are voting on, the referral, I'll call the question. Councillor Hillier, is this on the motion itself, the referral? What is the question, please?
This is just having a discussion of governance work with the advisory groups. Is this all the advisory groups or just the ones listed in part 4?
I'll take that back to the clerk.
The interpretation of the members' instruction was that it would be an invitation to all members of the advisory committees, all of the current members.
Councillor Hillier, are you good? All right, thank you. Any other questions about the referral motion? Then we'll call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 8-7.
Morgan.
Sorry, I just got to go back to my page now since I was referring to other. Okay, the next item is 4.1, which is the draft members expense account policy revisions. The motion is that the attached revised, so the committee basically directed this to be forwarded to this committee for approval. And so it's up for discussion debate by the members of SPPC.
Colleagues, any comments or, so are you putting this on the floor?
Yes, I am.
And do you have a seconder? Councillor Fife Miller, thank you. Comments or questions? Councillor Helmer.
Thank you. Again, not sure if it's a question for the chair or not. Might be better for staff. But in terms of the annual board mailouts, which are being proposed to be covered through the general council office budget rather than individual councillor budgets, what do we think the cost for that would be? I mean, there's something like 180,000 households in the city. If we sent one mailing to them, I could see that being fairly costly endeavor, depending what kind of mailing it was. I just wonder if there's a good estimate on that specific part of what's been proposed.
So I'm going to ask colleagues if they have specific questions about any part of this, can they just make the reference to the paragraph or page reference? So just so that there's no question at all as to what it is that we are dealing with. Councillor Helmer, maybe I can bring that back to you so that we can take that forward to the clerk for a response.
It's page 39 of the report that went to governance working group, part XII 13. one annual ward-wide mail out, including printing and distribution of chemicals.
So colleagues, that's 42A13, XIII. Clerk?
Thank you. Through the chair, we have done some preliminary investigation as to that cost, and the estimate is approximately $44,000.
Councilor Elmer?
Okay, that's helpful. So I have a feeling it would be something like that. So I actually, I'm fine with the idea of a mail out that is, sized to the size of the ward, the number of households that are in the wards. I think that makes a lot of sense. The issue that I have with this particular change is that it be covered by the general councillor office budget instead of showing up as an expense that councillors are incurring as part of their work. So I just don't see why this one would be in the sort of general category instead of listed along many other things that councillors are spending their expense budget on. I think it's easily to justify why you would want to spend money to communicate with constituents by sending them mail. I just think it should be included in that level. Not too many councillors are hitting the maximum on the expense account. I know I came within just pennies or dollars one year, but not very many people approach that limit. So it feels to me like there's actually room to just add it in there for each individual councillor. If you want to do that work, you want to incur that expense, you could do it and report it out. So I wonder if there's some explanation of why have it as a part of the general office budget rather than something that's easily identifiable, transparent to people about what the money is being spent on.
Let's take this back to the clerk.
I think that's, Your Worship, I think that's more appropriate maybe for me to take a stab at since it was a committee discussion. Within the survey, there was a number of councillors who wanted to have more flexibility with their budget. We didn't want to increase the budget, and so one of the things we could do was pull a number of items out of it. One of the discussion points that came up with the mail-outs is the size differential between wards creates large differentials in cost associated with those mail-outs, and so it would impact one councillor's budget in a very different way than another councillor's budget to do the exact same thing. So the centralization was a way to balance what is a cost that can be very different between a very large ward and a very small ward, one with not a number of large Canada Post points and one with a large number. We were trying to balance that discrepancy by putting it into the central budget, thus not having it hit different expense accounts in a different way. So certainly not the only way to do it, but that was some of the logic behind it. I know there are other committee members who could also articulate their viewpoints on that, but that was my understanding of part of the rationale for that. I still believe there's probably a transparent way to show that. Everybody can do that, and the clerk can comment on that.
Go ahead, clerk.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd just like to add that if this is enacted, we would undertake to report this out in a similar way that we report out the travel expense that is covered under the office budget as opposed to the individual councillor's budget. So we do report out some other expenditures that are incurred in the interest of transparency.
Councillor Elmer.
Thank you. That's helpful, especially the last part. So this would show up on a report, for example, on council remuneration and expenses, that kind of summary report, which captures a lot of different things, including those things that are in the $15,000 expense budget.
Clerk, just confirm.
That is correct, and as is our current practice.
Councillor Elmer.
Okay, well, I think that resolves it for me. I mean, I think it's important that we are clear about what's being spent where and that people have an easy way of seeing that. I think it's one of the things that's good about our expense policy and practice right now is that it's pretty clear what people are spending their money on. And I do think, the quarterly reports are a little bit more accessible than the once a year kind of roll up, but at least it's available. I think that's very helpful. I think I'll leave it there. That was my major concern in what was being suggested. I guess my general comment would be, if we want to increase the budget amount, we should probably just increase the budget amount, because the costs have to be covered somehow. And if it's going to be for counselors doing their work, I think we should just consider, do we need to increase it from 15,000 to a higher amount, rather than essentially pulling out things and putting them in a different part of the overall budget. It seems like not the simplest and most straightforward way of dealing with this issue. I would be happier if we were just increasing the amount and being clear about people. If we need $18,000 in the expense budget to do the job at the maximum, then increase it to 18,000 and make the arguments for why that's a good idea.
Thank you. Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Worship. For this particular item, I think the big issue was that some ridings are bigger, some wards, are bigger than others. And so the cost for a particular councillor might be much more for a mailing, and that this would be a way to equalize that. I think mailings are, by their nature, extremely transparent, because people get it in the mail and they know that they've got it. So there's money being spent there. But what's avoided is that one counselor has less to spend on other things because he had a big riding, or she had a big riding, and had to spend that money to get it out to the whole ward. And of course, or the other way to look at it is when the expenses are reported out, it looks like one counselor spent more than another, and that there might be questions about that, because there's often some media related to those expenses. So that was the concern, and that seemed to be an approach. But as was said, I guess it's still reported out.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions, colleagues? Councillor Cassidy.
So I'm wondering if we're able to pull pieces out of this and vote separately. And the item that I want to vote separately on is item 7. It's page 312 of the main agenda. And so it would be C.
Is this the expenses related to ward matters, et cetera?
Yeah, so it's difficult with all the sub numbers, but it's the part about excluding home internet costs. And we've talked about this many times, and there are counselors on either side of this particular debate. I know one of the arguments for excluding this as an eligible expense is that it's expected that most homes would have home internet. I would submit that COVID has proven how absolutely reliant we are on technology to do our jobs. And as we go forward with almost a permanent hybrid style of meeting that will allow this electronic type of meeting and people meeting from their homes rather than coming in person, adequate home internet is extremely important. We talk about council as if this is the only thing that we meet for. We all have outside boards and commissions that we participate in as part of our council duties. And most of those boards and commissions have a different meeting software that they use. And I would say, in my own personal experience, I'm on the London Police Service Board that uses WebEx, and I'm on the Board of Health that uses Microsoft Teams. There are very different experiences using those meeting software programs compared to, and I see you shaking your head, Mr. Mayor, WebEx in particular has its challenges. At the Board of Health, internet is so important, and Microsoft Teams, when meeting with a large group of people, is much more challenging than using Zoom. Our members on the board that sit in the county have to leave their homes and go into their county offices or their municipal offices because their Wi-Fi won't handle a Teams meeting. And in my personal experience, I have had to upgrade my Wi-Fi because of COVID-19 and trying to hold these meetings, trying to chair the meetings for the Board of Health with the challenges of multiple people in the neighborhood, in the city, streaming at the same time that the meetings are. Because meetings are in the evening, that is when internet activity goes up. And we talked earlier about daytime meetings versus nighttime meetings and how whether or not one kind of meeting is a barrier to participation. I would submit that making somebody choose who's coming from a different economic sector than perhaps some of us on council are in, making somebody choose between being able to fully do their job as counselor, and that means participating on these other boards and commissions, and having an adequate level of internet without having to go into your own personal expenses to upgrade that internet. These are some of the barriers and challenges that we could be putting in place for members or people that are considering joining City Council. I just say that this is, it has always been an eligible expense to have a home office, and nowadays home offices mean something completely different thanks to COVID-19. And I really think, I feel very strongly that we should not be excluding these home internet costs. Every member of this council has decisions to make on what expenses they put forward. There have been members of past councils who have made it a policy of their own personally to never submit an expense for their council work. At the end of the day, we answer to our constituents. Our expenses are reported out very publicly, and my constituents can look at those expenses and decide whether or not they want to support me in the next election if I choose to run again. So if we...
30 seconds, Councillor.
If we could vote on that item separately, I would really appreciate that, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so I pulled that out, but I'm not going to entertain, I'm going to pull a little rank here if I could, colleagues. I'm not going to get into the debate of that particular item until we get to that point. And I'm going to take a big risk here. I'm going to say if colleagues, having looked at this, want to have something pulled for a separate vote, with the fear that I have that all things will be pulled and 11 o'clock will look very, very early. So with that, if there are some items, and then I'm going to recognize Councillor Hopkins and Councillor Lewis in terms of the speakers list. Councillor Deputy Mayor Morgan, can you help me with this a bit?
Yes, Your Worship, and I understand what you just said, but I wanted to let you know that the committee structured the report in a way with the boxes around the changes we made because we figured that committee members may want to make changes to those, and so if I might suggest that for Councillor Cassidy to want to achieve what she's doing, she could make an amendment to that section to exclude some of the language at the end of it that that excludes home internet costs, thus allowing it to be eligible. And it's probably easiest if we make amendments to the policy. That's the way that we intended it to be structured, so that SPPC could certainly do that if they didn't agree. We had divided votes on some of these matters at committee, so I wanted to share that context for you about how the committee structured it so that you can run the amendments the way you'd like.
Perfect, and perhaps it would be Councillor Cassidy's intention to make an amendment. Can I direct that to you, Councillor Cassidy, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would move to amend item 7 under whatever sub-item it comes under to strike that last part of the line, starting with but excluding home internet costs, services, or equipment.
Do you have a seconder for that? I see Councillor Hopkins. Any additional comment on that that would be helpful? Failing that, we will vote on this. Councillor Hopkins. Go ahead, please. Councillor Hopkins. You're on mute, please. Famous 3 words.
You'd think I get it by now. So on the amendment, I'm happy to second it. I really would like to hear from one of the committee members on the reasons why we are excluding it. But for now, I am very supportive of having internet charges come out of an expense account for a number of reasons. First of all, I think each and every one of us as a councillor has a different ward. And within that ward, we have different ways of working. And, we should acknowledge that. And if there is reasons to change, I would want to understand why we're doing and the reasons and the needs for these changes. And I haven't heard anything, but the reason I think it's very important that this be allowed is, first of all, Councillor Cassidy talked about the upgrades. I said on AMO, 60 to 70 people. I'm usually on video half the time to save my bandwidth. And regardless if I'm at City Hall or if I'm at home, I think I still would have those challenges. And upgrades are really important for each and every one of us to do our work efficiently and not have that dreaded feeling that you're going to be kicked out of a meeting. And then added to that, we have boosters and other things that help us be able to do our job on the internet. It is very, very valuable. Second reason I am very supportive of this is I was a business owner for about 25, 30 years. And as a business owner, I was able to claim office expenses. I'm not able to do that as an elected official. When it comes to internet expenses, I think we all have different situations, different family situations. I know when I came in as a councillor, I didn't claim internet expenses. And one of the reasons I didn't do that was because my husband had claimed it himself through sales. So there was no reason for me to do that. And then unfortunately, life happens. And then all of a sudden you lose your income. You go on a pension. You're forced to do more work at home. And you adapt. And it's a small amount. We just spoke about 44,000 going to mailouts. And here we're speaking up to a small amount that I know most of us don't even reach the 15,000. And I would like to know from whoever is supporting this, the reasons why we must do this. Because I'm open to getting it wrong and being okay with if this is the way we want to move forward as a council. But I would like to hear good reasons why this change is necessary, taking into account that each and every one of us has a different situation, and we should be respectful and mindful of those situations.
Thank you. It's not incumbent on, I don't think, on anyone to respond if they don't choose to, but I am going to follow the speakers list that I have. And I have Councillor Turner next, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. That's a weird one. I don't know why this would be targeted for a specific exclusion. If we have vehicle mileage allowances or a flat rate for vehicles, which like this isn't one I claim, the vehicles isn't one I claim, but if this clause here would allow me to have a constituency office at a significant higher cost, or I could work from home and charge a marginal amount on internet cost by comparison. I'd imagine the constituency office would, the internet costs at the office would be covered because it just says excluding home internet costs here. So I think as Councillor Cassidy said, we're all accountable for our expenses. This isn't an extravagant expense. Changing your tires and things like that, yeah, That's one thing. This is a cost that's directly associated with our ability, especially over the past year and a half, to deliver supports to the constituency and to participate in democracy. So I'm happy to support the amendment here.
Thank you. On the amendment, Councillor Lewis.
Yes, on the amendment, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm listening, but so far I'm not inclined to support the amendment, and for a couple of reasons. First, there actually is an opportunity because we've had to do work from home to make a claim for portions of your home utilities federally. There's it's a complicated formula, I will grant you. And I see Councillor Hopkins shaking her head, and she's entitled to do that, but home office expenses.
So colleagues, I'm going to ask if I call that out
eligible.
Because what we don't typically do is presume responses based on various movements. Now, I will use parliamentary Roberts rules of orders that say we don't call out a colleague for something like that. So Councillor Lewis, carry on, please.
Well, then I'll withdraw that, leave it at that. However, I'm also mindful of a debate, and Councillor Helmer raised this actually just a few minutes ago. If we just need to raise our expense accounts, then raise our expense accounts. If we need to raise our councillor compensation salaries because home internet is a financial burden, then we should just do that and not have a debate every year about whether or not we take the cost of living increase that our council policy says we should be receiving each year too. Listen, I don't claim the home internet cost either. I certainly have claimed, and it's still within the realm of the councillor expense account, however, to purchase infrastructure upgrades for my home internet. You can only get so fast a service in many areas, and Councillor Hopkins would actually know because hers is one of the areas of the city that has lower internet speed service and does need some investment by the senior levels of government to increase. And I know that we certainly hear that from colleagues on boards, agencies, and commissions who represent rural constituencies as well. There are limits to the bandwidth that can come into your home. There are pieces of hardware that you can buy that can improve your home signals, and those would still be eligible under the council expense. This is the monthly internet bill that you would get. And so I think that it's not unreasonable to think that this is not something that we would be claiming as an expense specifically for our work. We had our home internet before we got here. Certainly make your upgrades if you need to make them to your hardware. But to me, this one's one that just, I don't know too many places where people get to claim it. And I would not be supportive of excluding this one. But I'm continuing to listen to what people have to say because I think that there have been a couple of very valid points made. So I'll leave it at that for now and hear what others have to say.
Okay, I've got two speakers on the list who have already spoken, so I would at least initially hear from anyone else who wishes to comment on this amendment that has not yet, if they feel there's a contribution they can make to the debate. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me second time around. And I do want to follow up with Councillor Lewis's comments about being able to get deductions for your home office. And from what I understand, it's not every year that this has happened. I think last year was because of the pandemic and there was eligibility there. But again, I would like to remind my colleagues that we're not all in the same situation, and some of us aren't able to do that. I think it's really important that we look at our expense accounts like we would run our own business. I'm not even near $15,000. That amount, if we want to raise our expense account, let's have that conversation. But this monthly expense that I have doesn't even reach the $15,000. That's allotted to each and every one of us. So I think I would just like to remind colleagues about just being mindful that we're not all in the same situation. We all have a different family dynamic of how much income we have and what we need to do our jobs. And we should have those opportunities available. And Councillor Cassidy was bang on when she said, I'm accountable to my constituents. If they see these expenses, that's up to them to make that judgment and hold me accountable. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to speak again.
Thanks very much. I have Councillor Cassidy, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question to the chair who might be able to answer this. What does equipment mean in this sentence?
Let's go to the chair and get some input for that, please.
Sorry.
Go ahead,
Sorry,
Chair.
the chair can't answer without the microphone. So often when you get like an internet package, it not only includes the data, but also the rental of a modem and the components needed to access the internet. So it's meant to capture those pieces which are often contained on your internet service provider bill.
Councillor Cassidy?
So does it include a router or not?
Councillor?
I don't want to get into interpreting like the expense policy because that's more the clerk's, but I would say I am aware that multiple service providers now have built-in routers with the equipment. And so pretty much all of the major ones have, like Bell, Rogers, those sorts of providers have a combination router and wireless access point. Not everybody does, but some do. I don't know if it would include a router or not, but that would be an interpretation of the expense policy. If it doesn't, we could be specific about it.
Councillor Cassidy.
So I'm just hearing from Councillor Lewis that upgrades to hardware would be covered in the expense policy. It doesn't really make any sense to me why that.
Sorry, I apologize, Councillor Cassidy. That not hearsay, but if Councillor Lewis really wants to make a contribution to that, he'll have to raise his hand because it's not as helpful. No, put your hand down, Councillor Lewis, please. Go ahead, Councillor Cassidy. Carry on.
It's just that equipment to me means a router. If you use start.ca, which is a London-based company, a router is an extra expense. And I would dispute a couple of comments that people have made that nobody else covers the cost of home internet. That is simply not true. I know of multiple people who work from home and their home internet is covered.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Pelosa. I believe you had your hand up. I see it down now. Or did you wish to comment?
Sorry. Thank you, Your Worship. Was trying to avoid speaking to this as it's come to committee several times over. The premise was always that council, we're provided with an office. We have mobile internet already on our phone. If you've taken the tablet, it's there too. You can hotspot it. That was the premise for this discussion. People saying they had to upgrade because more people at home are on it. It was the question of should the taxpayers be paying for that as well. Other companies, a lot of other companies don't allow it. If it's the thing that we financially can't afford it as counselors, I think that's a larger discussion to have in counselor compensation and pay, which I hope that arm's length task force will take into consideration that if we're doing this, recognizing some absolutely do this as a full-time job of either council and all our agency board and commission work, but if it's that tight financially to be of service to Londoners, that's a broader discussion. And that's the basis of the conversation really hasn't changed. And that's where it originated from, as this motion, I think, was actually drafted in the beginning of 2019. So it has been a long time coming. And if everyone already has their mind set up, I would encourage everyone just to call the vote and we can move on with certainty. Thank you.
I'm trying to get there, Councillor, but let's hear from Councillor Lewis first.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to just through you address Councillor Cassidy's question, and I will say this was my interpretation at Governance Working Group, and certainly if that's not how it was interpreted in the policy, I'm open to hearing that, but my interpretation is that, and I have to be very clear here, when I talk about hardware, I'm not talking about something you rent from your ISP every month that you pay a monthly rental fee on. I'm talking about things like mesh towers that you plug into your wall so that your Wi-Fi signal gets repeated through your home. Wi-Fi repeaters, those kind of things that can strengthen or expand your Wi-Fi signal in your home so that you have an adequate signal in your home office or wherever you're joining a meeting from. That's quite different from, and I know I'm getting into ITS language now, but that's quite different from a router that you're renting or leasing from your ISP. So that was my interpretation, and that's why I referenced hardware upgrades, because they're a one-time cost to your expense account. They're not part of a lease or service providing agreement.
As we have no other speakers, may we call the vote on the amendment? Let's do it, Clerk.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed 12-3.
Colleagues, any other issues on this item that you wish to deal with potentially as an amendment? Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to go back to A. Councillor Helmer asked some valid questions, and it was good to hear the response that this would be all transparent using the expenses for a mail out per year.
So sorry, Councillor Hopkins, I apologize. You're talking about XII then.
So this is on the ward-wide mail out per year.
That's exactly where it is. Thank you. Page 311.
Yeah, I'm looking at another motion here, but.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
So I was glad to hear that that amount would be transparent. I think it's really important, whatever we do spend on behalf of the city, that we account for it, and on a quarterly basis is even better. I would like to know through you to maybe the chair, was there a conversation about increasing the expense account from 15,000 at the working group?
Let's ask the chair. We'll ask the deputy mayor on this.
Oh, sorry, I was conferring with the clerk on the other item that Councillor Hopkins was talking about, but I did hear the question. We did not have any sort of extensive debate on expanding the expense account beyond $15,000. We do recognize that a number of the decisions we made take some expenses out of the expense account, which is in effect a slight expansion of it if you used those expenses, but we didn't have a discussion about expanding the global amount. I did want to say on the transparency piece, I conferred with the clerk on, because we had a discussion about it after the meeting on how this would show up. And much like if you've seen the way my FCM expenses are accounted for, because they're paid by the central budget, they do show up, they are transparent, everybody can see what I cost the municipality for that, but it doesn't come from my expense account per se, and this sort of expense would be transparent in the same sort of way.
I presume the AMO expenses, Councillor Hopkins, would be similar, but go ahead, please.
I was going to say, yes, all AMO expenses are a second expense account that is open for the public to see. And I would assume that that would apply to the AMO, well, I guess maybe when we get to that next item, that would also be accounted for if councillors use conference fees to go to AMO or FCM. That would be also noted as a separate expense account. I do want to just say, if I may, just so you won't have to go back to me. I do have a question regarding the permissive wording for community and or ward events.
Could you just give us the reference number, please?
So I'm looking at 3.1, which is C. And maybe I'll go back to the other one. I just have a different document in front of me. This is regarding the additional costs of $1,200 to include some potential examples for sponsorship and prizes and rentals and just wanted to have a better understanding what that all meant.
Sure, colleagues, just for your reference, it is 42C.
To CVII,
I.
or VI, sorry, VI.
Yeah, yes, thank you. So again, please just reconfirm the question and then we'll, or make a statement, please.
I guess I just want a better understanding what, hold on. The amendment I'm speaking to is 4.2 CIII.
That's right.
Which is to add additional permissive wording for community and or ward events, including but not limited to prizes, rental, or other sponsorships, while maintaining the annual 1,200 maximum value, and include some potential examples of these uses. I wonder if I can have a better understanding what expenses would be allowed, especially as it relates to prizes. I know we already do rentals, and a better understanding what sponsorship meant.
Perhaps I could look to the chair.
Yes, so happy to clarify here. So we did not change the global amount, but you're correct, Councillor. We expanded the permissibility of this section. If for colleagues who recall, there have been a number of colleagues who've come before the Corporate Services Committee to ask to support community organizations in different ways. I think if I say the word showmobile, everybody will kind of be triggered by remembering discussions like that. So this was meant to be more permissive to allow for contributions to organizations and events in your ward that fall under that sort of banner. So it is very much intended to be more permissive. That was in part due to the feedback that we got from the various survey results from colleagues. So I hope that answers your question, Councillor.
Councillor Hopkins, back to you.
Yeah, is there a conflict when it comes to prizes? I'm trying to get an understanding what kind of prizes, and is there a conflict with our code of conduct there? I'm just not exactly sure what we're doing here.
So let me add one piece.
Let me get the chair to respond.
So it being noted that monetary donations and funding is excluded as per another section of the report. So this is not intended to be like cash donations or anything like that. It is intended to support organizations who require a prize or a donation to support their fundraising event in some way, or to help make their event more successful. I think that it is fairly permissive, so there's a variety of options. I'd have to let the clerk respond to any sort of conflict of interest components, but no concerns came up when we discussed it at committee.
Clerk, can you help with that?
I don't think so. There have been examples where counselors have provided to an organization, for example, water bottles, I believe is one of the examples that has been used. Not unlike the provision of City of London pins. So it's that type of contribution to a community group or organization that we're trying to clarify to be more permissive with, without it being a direct donation, which is already covered by municipal granting programs.
Councillor Hopkins?
And these would be City of London items as well. I just want to make sure I understand that, because I think we already do that, but it's a bit more permissive from what I'm hearing.
Clerk?
The intent is to be more permissive and not be restricted solely to City of London items.
Okay.
Councillor?
Yeah, and if I may just make the last comment around 4.2A, which I'm supportive of registrations for FCM and AMO as an expense. I think it's really important education to us, and if councillors don't want to use that expense account, going to another expense account, but I think it's extremely important, just like my AMO expenses and Deputy Mayor Morgan's expenses are all transparent for the public to see. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other excuse me, colleagues, any other comments on this before we vote? Then we'll call the question.
Through the chair, I will just point out that the revised, the motion will, or the, it's late. The report will have the revision to the draft expense account go forward to council with the amendment that was already passed.
So we are now talking about the motion as amended. More or less, thank you. Does anyone need any extra clarification around that? Seeing none, we'll call that question.
Your worship, Councillor Pelosi will vote yes verbally.
Thank you.
Closing the vote, and the motion is passed 12-2.
Thank you. Now I'll take it back to the Deputy Mayor, please.
Yes, and I can put the balance of the report on the floor, which is basically there's disclosures and other clauses that don't have any decision-making associated with them.
Could I also add to that as well, Chair, the letter from the President of the Urban League, just to be clear?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. And do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Van Holst, comments, questions? Let's call the question.
Councillor Pelosi will vote yes.
Thank you, Councillor.
Closing the vote, and the motion is passed 14-0.
Deputy Mayor?
Unless the clerk wants to correct me, the governance working group reports.
No more corrections. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'll turn your attention to 4.10, which is the vacancy on the London Public Library due to Councillor Hamou's election to City Council and no longer eligible to serve on the library board from a citizen capacity. And we have received communication from the CEO with respect to this, the vacancy that is there. So what I'm looking for is a motion to accept the communication from the library and direct civic administration to initiate a process to fill the vacancy. I see Councillor Fife Miller. I see seconded by Councillor Van Holst. Comments or questions? And I see none, so with that, please, let's call the question.
Pelosi will vote yes.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Van Meerbergen? Councillor Van Meerbergen?
Vote yes.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed 13 with 1 recuse.
We have no deferred matters nor additional business. Just prior to adjournment, I know this has been a long meeting. We've had a lot that had to be covered off. But before we do, apparently the Deputy Mayor would like to make a comment.
Yes, actually, this is a comment under additional business, Your Worship. Tonight, I presented the governance working group reports, and I had indicated that the membership of the governing working group had shrunk due to the vacancies, and we're now down to 4. This is a group that is permitted to be whatever size council would like, given the interest in the group. And I wanted to ask the clerk, at what point would it be appropriate if colleagues are interested in serving on the governance working group and perhaps bolstering our number of 4 a little bit, would it be appropriate to solicit interest? And could you outline the process in case colleagues are interested?
Let's ask the clerk.
Thank you. Through the chair, ideally, we would expect that this would come through a committee process, but as the chair of the governance working group has duly noted, this was discussed earlier. So if there were members who were interested in expressing their willingness to sit on the committee now, the committee could make a recommendation to council for enactment.
Just bear with me, colleagues. We're just clarifying just a point of clarification on an item here. So sorry, colleagues, there was, by virtue of the additional business brought forward by the Deputy Mayor, I just consulted with the clerk because, as you know, or may be aware, the governance working group can be comprised of as many individuals who would choose to participate. So the question is, when does that expression of interest come forward? And that was the point of clarification that I had with the clerk, because it is important that for all colleagues, and some who may not be on the call, but all colleagues, if they have an interest, that we will solicit an expression of interest, and I think make that official as the next council meeting. But I will let the clerk explain the process, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm just working on drafting a motion that would invite members who may be interested in an appointment to the governance working group to submit a communication for the next council meeting, and it could be considered at the time that this strategic priorities and policy committee report is presented.
Well, if you can put all that in a motion, then we'll look for a mover and a seconder. Just bear with us, please. We're almost there, colleagues.
Thank you. Through the chair, the motion that I have drafted reads as follows. that members who may be interested in an appointment to the governance working group be invited to submit a communication for the December 7th, 2021 council meeting for consideration, along with the 18th report of the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee.
Thank you. So with that, I'll look for a mover, please. Deputy Mayor Morgan, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Thank you. Any discussion? I see none. Let's call the question.
Councillor Pelosi votes yes.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-0.
Before we adjourn, I think what struck me most about tonight's committee, aside from its depth and length, all important, were the comments that all of you made with regard to items under the consent agenda. And I'm going to come back to the resident satisfaction survey and the progress report and how this comes back to staff and the work that our staff do. I think that's essential, and I want to say on behalf of council to all of our staff through you, Ms. Livingston, when we look at the satisfaction survey, that doesn't happen by accident, that happens by commitment. And again, from us to all of our staff, our deepest and sincere thanks. And with that, I'll look for a motion to adjourn. I see Councillor Hammouz, seconded by Councillor Fife-Miller. We thought we would take the two most recent council members to take this meeting out. Let's do a show of hands, please. Screen's on, all in favor? Councillor Pelosi, I'm guessing.
Yes.
That motion's passed.
Thank you, meeting adjourned.